We made it. 363 days till next Christmas. Happy New Year. Welcome to is this the last Friday Night Tights of this year?
Oh my God.
It's the last Friday Night Tights of this year.
It's over.
It's over. We survived.
It was a rough one.
We had a good run.
We made it.
Oh,
I like that I struggled to say that about 2024 for media. We had a good...
Well,
strong ending.
Yes, very strong ending to a
bunch of
crazy year.
Bunch of interesting things.
I keep scrolling this list being like, oh, that was this year.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like Madam Web. It's like, wait, that seems like so long ago.
Echo? Oh my God.
Mm-hmm. Echo, Madam Web. Yes, we're going to go over the best and the worst of 2024 because no other stream has done that. We are the only stream to do that. So you're welcome. You're welcome.
Also,
thank you for being here.
We had 3 more shows to go before the inauguration.
Oh, wow.
4.
We do. I think we have a show. Is it? When is the inauguration?
I think is it the 20th?
It's the 20th, but what day is the 20th?
Monday.
It's Monday. So we have a show before then.
Right before.
So yeah, we still have some weeks to go under the Biden regime. So, cross your fingers. Don't want to count our chickens before they're hatched, but the year's almost over and we made it.
Don't want to count your cocks before they crow, Gary.
Don't count your chicken heads before they...
Don't count your penises.
Don't count your...
What are the chicken heads going to do?
All the chicken heads, be quiet.
What are you, Klingon? Don't count your penises?
I'm talking about cocks. I'm just translating.
Well, mine was a Nosferatu reference,
ducks.
so mine actually made sense.
Mine was a Kamala reference.
Really? I was talking about the Klingorks from Star Trek Discovery that have 2 dicks.
Really?
That have now been decanonized.
Are they
officially?
My question, are they top bottom or are they split?
Side to side.
I had a lot of questions at the time. Does that mean they have 2 buttholes? I mean, is everything doubled? I don't know.
One
do they even have enough blood?
Why is the real question? Why?
That means that a female Klingon has 2 vaginas?
Yeah, because I wouldn't want
what
2
would be the
dicks.
advantage of
Maybe the vaginas are 2 side by side.
2 dicks this way could be compelling.
And the crowd is like, wow, what are you talking about? In Star Trek Discovery, the Klingorks have 2 penises or peni.
Yes.
How did that come up in the show? What were they doing?
I can't even remember. I just remember hearing it and going, wow, this really is not Star Trek.
And it's not officially.
Well, okay. I guess but before we introduce Mahler, there is news out there that they decanonized Star Trek Discovery, and based on what I've heard and seen, there's a possibility that they've decanonized the Klingons, which look like orcs, which didn't look like any Klingons from before. There was no explanation of it at all. And apparently in Lower Decks, which is still canon, they decanonized it. The only problem is if you decanonize Star Trek Discovery, which I'm all for, you need to still decanonize Strange New Worlds, Lower Decks, Prodigy, and as much as I like Star Trek Picard Season 3, all of it. Just decanonize all of it.
I still think Strange New Worlds is worse.
Strange New Worlds is worse.
How do you decanonize something? Just say it? What does that actually do?
There's headcanon. I mean, we've all decanonized it personally.
In my mind.
But as far as the IP is concerned, you would have to officially come out and say which they should have done a long time ago, is make it part of the Kelvin universe, the Jar Jar universe. The only problem with that is the rights are so messed up, and Jar Jar and Alex Kurtzman hate each other now. Maybe they always have, not really sure. So that there's going to be no understanding there. Paramount's for sale. It's about to get taken over by Skydance next month, I think. So it's a mess. So how do you decanonize it? Whoever's in running Star Trek says this doesn't count, officially, which would fuck the licensing deals.
When they just pretend the thing doesn't exist, Terminator Genesis just completely ignored Terminator 3 and 4.
Yeah.
And then Terminator 5 completely ignored Terminator 3, 4, and 5. It was fucking whatever. It gets what? But at the same time, it gets really funny because it's the timelines for this, and they were We don't know.
We have spaghetti. Is that
so if you're trying to get new fans into an intellectual property and you have to start by saying, you know, all that stuff we just came out with last 10 years, just forget about it. And they're like, what? Why should we trust you this time? You know, it's dumb. That's why you probably should protect your legacies and hire people who have respect for things like Star Trek and Star Wars. So you don't have to be in the position of, oh, we got to decanonize it to save a portion of our audience. You're never going to grow. You're dead. It's stupid. But yeah, it's too late.
Well, this does have the advantage, though, that nobody except Russell T Davies saw Star Trek Discovery in its entirety anyway. So it is literally
he loved
not
it.
that many people need to erase their memories.
Oh, well, Doctor Who. Going back in the past, they
still going.
Oh, Jesus Christ. They just released War Games, right? And they went in and put new stuff in it. Like, it's unbelievable what they're doing. It's the most destroyed franchise. Like, without a doubt. More than Star Wars, more than Star Trek, Doctor
Who. The Christmas special literally went back and did, you know, the meme of we went back in time and a woman did it first? They did that to Jesus. Which is just like, wait, what are you even doing now?
No. What?
Yeah, literally, the three wise men went to Bethlehem because a fat woman ate a star, and that she was the star that guided the three wise men to Bethlehem.
I'm sorry, what? Are you making this up? What the fuck?
No, this is literally the thing. They complain about so many things. They talk about lockdown, despite like the horrors of lockdown, despite the BBC pushing it the entire time. And there's literally a whole scene about mansplaining that they put in there, that she's getting mansplained to by a briefcase. And she's like, you're mansplaining to me about mansplaining. He's like, I'm mansplain central. It's like, oh, no.
In the year of our Lord, 2024
2024.
Yes.
Disparu, you gotta throw in like an actual lie just to see if we can figure out which one is a lie.
Yeah, I wish I'd done that, but unfortunately.
Good Lord.
It's honestly, what the fuck?
Hello,
yeah,
special
there was a son in a suitcase.
There was a son in a suitcase.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what was in the suitcase in Pulp Fiction?
And when she eats the suitcase, it leaves behind what strongly resembles her own genitalia.
Oh
God.
Which one's the
I'm gonna have to review this. I'd like to welcome our special guest, Mahler. The Long Man, the founder of The Long.
I see, after that amount of mentions of assorted genitalia, it's time for my introduction. I appreciate that.
That was a good transition.
Oh, you summoned me.
Hey.
Yes, happy to be here. The end of 2024. Couldn't have come any fucking faster, could it? Especially with all the good stuff being at the end.
I know.
Not all of it, but you know.
Not all of it, but well, we did get a good movie. So we're gonna talk about that a little bit. Nosferatu, Squid Game is out. We're going to talk about the best and worst of 2024. DC is still dumb. DC is still completely dumb. Nothing has changed with James Gunn there. And Sony, in their infinite wisdom, decided to start a Spider-Verse without Spider-Man, and it failed because of you.
What?
Because of you. It's your
fault.
fault.
But they had Venom.
I know.
Three Venom movies.
It failed because the critics tried to destroy it, Gary. The critics tried to destroy it. That's why it happened.
Yeah, they were making gold.
And then in the very next sentence, he says they tried to destroy Venom too, but the audience loved it, so they couldn't. It's like,
okay.
So wait, critics tried to destroy it, but they couldn't because people liked it for Venom. Yet the critics tried to destroy Madam Web and somehow won. Maybe that's because the audience fucking hated it. I don't know.
I personally hate the critics for destroying Madam Web. I could have gone for a whole franchise.
I agree.
Web, oh well.
Yeah.
You know?
More Cravens and Madam Webs, please.
Oh.
Sometimes you just wonder how. Is there even a worse timeline regarding Madam Web? We got the worst one. We only got one movie.
Craven is a slightly better movie than Madam Web, but I would watch Madam Web 10 more times before I watch Craven one more time.
Yeah.
Damn.
You don't understand the brilliance of Craven, all right?
Craven,
he's the hunter.
In 20 years will be looked at as a classic, Ryan, okay? Just like Joker 2.
Yeah.
It just seems
Which
like
I forgot about.
If your company has killed like an entire universe of movies, the CEO probably shouldn't be coming out and going, I don't understand, they were all good movies.
But he's the outgoing CEO, so it's okay.
Oh, well, I was going to say he probably should be the outgoing CEO with the comments like that.
Yeah, it's been a crazy year. We've made it, and I mean, there's all kinds of discourse going on Twitter right now. Oh, God, whatever. Not going to get into that.
It's not really media related.
Let's totally break
you
down.
Want to talk about the fucking immigrants, Gary?
Ryan, yeah, I want to see a bunch of YouTube pundits talk about H-1B visas or whatever the fuck they are. Yeah, like please.
Yeah, the best among us.
The keenest minds out there are breaking down H-1B visas right now. Come on, guys. Oh, yeah, we'll just stay retarded over here. What do you want to start with?
Should we wait for the list? I think later.
I'm still going through the list. There's so freaking
through the list.
There was a Count of Monte Cristo remake.
It was, yeah.
What? When did that come out?
This
like
year.
at one point, it just
Sony.
throws in Marvel
Sony.
Rivals. Like just one video game in 600 things.
Sony Pictures says Madam Web flopped because.
Oh, someone's got their phone next to their mic.
Hmm?
Who is it?
Hang on.
It's Gary.
No. I'm seeing if it's my Christmas lights. I don't think so. Still going.
Oh, is there like feedback?
Yeah, there's a little bit. Whatever. Sony Pictures CEO says Madam Web flopped because the press crucified it. Our Marvel movies are not terrible films. Yes, they are. They were destroyed by critics. Okay. The critics, I'll give them this. The critics felt and we're talking about the corporate legacy critics, felt very comfortable destroying these movies because they can't with Disney. And so they had to get their yah-yahs out on something. So they took it out harshly, but they deserve it. I mean, these are bad movies. Even the Venom movie, the first Venom movie, which made a lot of money, was not a great movie. Venom's just a really popular character, and it didn't shit the bed. But it also
look, the holy trinity of Morbius, Madam Web, and Craven. They're poorly fucking made movies about characters that no one fucking cares about, right? And that's kind of a bad combination. And they're characters that are, on occasion, is Craven the Hunter going to be have maybe a storyline where he's looked at as an anti-hero because there's something that goes against his moral code and he teams up with Spider-Man for something? Sure, okay. Maybe like 1 out of fucking 15 or 20 stories. But for the most part, they're taking these characters, and so they don't have any heroes in this universe. It's all villains that are set up to be anti-heroes or an old fucking paralyzed woman who is actually Dakota Johnson now with no heroic things in that movie.
Yeah.
It's just weird.
The thing with Craven is he wasn't a villain in that movie. Like, it's only because everyone keeps saying he's a villain that I even know he's meant to be.
No, well, that's what I'm saying. Like, Craven the Hunter is a villain, right, in the books. Now, occasionally, because he does have this this kind of sense of honor about him, every once in a while, he might take on the role of an anti-hero in some way, but predominantly he's a villain. But that's not the way he was portrayed at all in this. Same thing they've done with Venom, right? They've taken these classic Spider-Man villains, and they've decided to create a universe without Spider-Man where there's no real hero. They're just kind of the anti-heroes. It's strange. It's weird.
And then in a year where DC puts out The Penguin, which is the same concept, it's a villain where he's the protagonist of the story.
But I wouldn't call him an anti-hero.
But you side with him, and then you realize, no, he's a villain. Then you side with him, then he's a villain. So like they did it in the way you're supposed to do. You're supposed to take a villain and make him a villain. They're villains for a reason. Don't change their core tenets. Like, it's the same thing with any character. Just tell the story of that character. That's why anybody cares about them in any capacity.
It matters the world that you set them in and what you show. Like Breaking Bad, if they'd shown the effects of what he was dealing, then that would have been an entirely different thing and no one would have been for it. Penguin, if he'd gone out and started wiping out innocent people in the city, he would have lost the audience. So you can do it with villains as long as you're actually fighting something worse. And it's like, well, no one really cares because these people are also horrible people. So even if he betrays them, it's like, well, they did have it coming. So
well, I mean, it's Godfather. You have villains fighting villains. So and it's when the innocent people get involved is when you realize, oh, they're both villains, but there's still a compelling story there. With Spider-Man villains, as popular as Spider-Man is, most people don't know who Kraven is. Nobody knows who Madam Web is. Absolutely nobody, relatively. Nobody knows who Morbius is. Like, these are strange choices. But I of course, you don't want to make a Spider-Man movie without Spider-Man. But Spider-Man would not have helped any of these movies. The same people were still involved in writing them. It was just a bunch of dump trucks writing, and this was just an IP grab. That's all it was. It was just a cash grab. None of these. Tony Vinciquera, whatever his name is, this mofo did not watch any of these movies. They don't. None of these bankers watch any of these movies. They get notes, they hear, but they're far too busy golfing or running a giant multi-billion-dollar multinational corporation. They don't have time to sit down and watch. You think this dude watched Madam Web? You think this guy watched Kraven?
Well, even if
all the way through, come on.
Even if they did, right? You could ask them immediately after they've seen the film, what did you like about it? What was good about it? And they're only going to describe like feelings. They'll be like, "Hey, it was fun. It was action packed. It was lots of yeah." You're just like, all right.
Yeah,
well, they don't like any of it. They probably couldn't tell the difference between Morbius and Infinity War. It's just all geeky.
No, you should not be allowed to work in Hollywood anymore if you greenlight any of these movies outside of Venom. Anything you greenlit makes you bad at your job. Anybody in the chat could have sat down. You could have bought them a sandwich. They could have bought you a sandwich and said, you know what? Making a Spider-Man movie about villains that most people don't know about, trying to establish your own universe without Spider-Man, not a good idea. If you don't do it, you will not lose money. If you do it, you will lose money. And they lost money. All the money they made off of Venom is long gone based on the absolute utter flops that all the rest were. And, Venom and Carnage in the last one, diminishing returns. Maybe they turned a slight profit, but no cultural footprint. I mean, Venom 3 came out this year, and they still canceled the universe. So,
but they should at least be able to know in retrospect. So once the movies have failed, once you've lost the money, you still need to go, okay, that was a mistake. We're going to find out what's wrong with those movies. We're never doing it again. But this guy still thinks they're willing to say they're good movies. And whether he thinks it or not, whether he knows it or not, the point is that he doesn't have the wherewithal to realize that he shouldn't say that. And I had the same thing with James Gunn when he said, what was it? The Flash was the best movie he'd ever seen. I don't care whether it's marketing for the movie. You should know that damages your reputation, and so you shouldn't be willing to compromise that because you have movies coming up. And not realizing that is just bad business.
I don't know if he says this, if he's leaving the CEO spot. It's basically just like a cover my ass on the way out thing.
Yeah.
Fuck the people didn't like that. We had a lot of other movies that were successful. The critics tried to destroy us. That's kind of what, I don't know if he makes this statement, if he is planning on remaining the CEO.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Why would you hire a CEO that doesn't know why he meant that all those things were a mistake? All the decisions he made was a mistake.
Dude, you own the distribution rights to fucking, he's probably retiring early, but we can, or just retiring on his own, whatever.
In which case, I'd really just
own the distribution rights to Spider-Man, the most popular superhero in the world, and you can't figure maybe we should just do that Toby thing was pretty popular. Maybe we should just do instead of all these fucking dumb sequels, you get Sam Raimi to do Spider-Man 4, just a one-off. You do a Spider-Man 4.
What's funny is they're actually spoiled for choice. They could have made an Andrew Garfield movie.
And they could have.
They could have made a Tom Holland one.
Yes.
They could have brought Tom Holland into those movies. Contractually, they could have done it.
Did any of you guys see that clip with Tom Holland where he said he's being selective and using his leverage with Spider-Man scripts, and he doesn't want Spider-Man to be dragged into a movie. He wants him to have a meaningful movie. I was curious because he sounded a little bit more assertive than we've ever seen it before. And I was like, I wonder if that's causing problems on Sony's end, that he's actually declining scripts and causing them a bump in the road.
I don't think so. I think that this is all Sony's fault. This is, when you listen to what they talked about, it's not that they tried to bring Spider-Man in, but they couldn't just quite get things to work. They were like, we thought that would cause confusion with the audience to bring Spider-Man into this Sony Spider-Man universe. That's what they fucking say.
Ryan, it's way less confusing to make a non-Spider-Man universe and then make a Madam Web, which is not even part of the non-Spider-Man universe.
Well, remember, the trailer had the fucking guy in it, the bad guy, Madam Web, and people were like, is that evil Spider-Man? What's happening? Who's that supposed to be?
In Morbius, in the trailer, they had like imagery, the poster of Spider-Man from the Tobey Spider-Man universe. So it's like, what are you doing here? It looks like they were really just trying to capitalize off of like they made a cheap movie and it was successful with Venom. And they were like, okay, well, we could take the budget of one of these big movies that's like 200 million and make like 3 movies. So they made Kraven, Madam Web, Venom in this last year. And they all were trash.
Vulture in Morbius?
He was.
Yes.
He was.
Yes. In the Stinger.
Dude, how fucking confusing is that?
Are we done with the Sinister Six? Like, this is like the 3rd time they've tried to do it. Like, it's not going to happen.
The closest we got was No Way Home.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Because they baited the Sinister Six in Amazing Spider-Man 2 as well, remember?
Mm-hmm.
It was the Freaky Five.
Which is so dumb because it's a great idea. It's a great idea.
I still think they should make a Jewish Spider-Man and call it Spider-Man. I stand behind that.
Spider-Man.
He zips around doing everyone's taxes early.
And complaining.
And complaining.
And complaining and fetching.
Like, why do you have to do this?
Ay, my wrists.
Why am I
You're robbing a
saving
bank
you?
again?
Can we at least stop for some bagels?
Think about your mother.
Complains about having to buy new fucking web shooters.
Yep.
Hey, there's
In this economy,
Sony Pictures CEO Tony Vinciquerra recently told the Los Angeles Times that that Kraven the Hunter is probably the worst launch we had in nearly 8 years. He's been at the studio, adding, "I still don't understand because the film is not that bad."
Oh, come on.
Bro, you're on your way out. You can be honest. Come on.
They also...
He might not know the difference, though.
4 days before Morbius released, they announced, by the way, this has all been such a disaster that we're ending the Sony Spider-Man universe. So maybe that could have also been something.
That might have been the factor, Yeah,
maybe is that a factor to why people didn't give this one a chance either?
Do you think it might have been a factor, Ryan? Not saying there were great movies, but if you're announcing that you're wiping out the DCEU and relaunching it, had an effect on The Flash, Black Adam, Blue Beetle. God. I think that might have had a little bit of an effect on it.
Yeah, it's a
They were also trash movies.
You can't like sit there and say that's the only reason why.
No.
But it's 100%. It's factored into a bunch of other reasons why these movies failed.
Sure. Kraven opened in theaters December 13th. That was a couple weeks ago. That was 2 weeks ago. Is it? It
was like a million.
Is it on digital yet?
It made $500,000 on Christmas. Big Christmas wave.
Wow.
Right there.
I want that triple feature box set. To Sony, put it out.
To a paltry $11 million, the lowest debut for a Sony release Marvel movie. The movie's current domestic box office total stands at just $18 million, while its global haul is $43 million. That's not very much. I don't know much about math, but that's not very much. There are more or less catastrophic results for a superhero movie. These are more or less catastrophic results for a superhero movie and cap off a lackluster year for Sony comic book movies after Madam Web flopped with $100 million worldwide, and Venom: The Last Dance became the franchise's lowest grossing entry. Oh, and they were supposed to, wasn't Spider-Man, Miles Morales into the whatever, supposed to come, that third one was supposed to come out this year, and they delayed it.
Yeah, early this year. Now it's delayed indefinitely, right?
It's delayed indefinitely. They're not deep into production on it at all.
That's
yikes.
Well, the voice actor's having some issues too.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
What would that be, Ryan?
Well, Shamik Moore, like very famously over the past couple of years, it's like been obvious that he's in love with Haley Steinfeld, and she wasn't interested in him. So there used to be some memes going around of some interactions that they had in like pressers and things like that were kind of cringe for him. But then after she got engaged to Josh Allen, who plays for the Buffalo Bills, he posted some weird cryptic shit on his social media about like new beginnings, never give up. Like people people don't understand or appreciate you, like all this shit, which was cringe as it was.
Wow.
And then maybe a week ago, he posted some weird fucking video, like this picture of him and this other girl who is like now engaged to somebody else. And after a couple days, she put out this big TikTok video where it's like, listen, I tried to talk to him. I texted him. He wouldn't text me back. I asked him to take it down because it's fucking weird. We've never been together. It's a thing that like somebody took this picture of us from a couple years ago. I'm engaged. He's fucking creepy and weird. And so he had to put out this big statement about everything. It was, you know, he's kind of, it's rough for him.
He's having a hard time.
Miles Morales out there.
He's a lot of simpery. It was not very good. It's not a good look.
I mean, if they recast him, would anybody notice?
It sounds like Ralph Wiggum on Valentine's Day.
Oh, I choose you.
Yeah.
Let's just touch on Madam Web. Let's touch Madam Web,
Okay.
shall we? I'm okay with that. For a moment, Vince Aquera said Madam Web underperformed in the theaters because the press just crucified it. It was not a bad film. Yes, it was.
Stop it. Stop. Tony, let's be real.
What does bad really mean?
The stars of the film acknowledged it's a bad film. Okay.
My favorite review is where the guy is talking to her and he's setting her up. It's like, what do you think's going to win all the awards? And she says like Joker 2 or something. And then like some other movie. He's like, no, it's Madam Web. And she just laughs in his face.
And honestly, Madam Web deserves awards over Joker 2.
Over Joker, yeah.
Yes.
And it did great on Netflix. It did great. What's doing great on Netflix? Nobody really knows.
And also like
Carry On.
there was, like I said, when that came out on
I saw that.
I saw Carry On as well.
I saw it as well.
When that came out on Netflix, once people didn't have to fucking pay to go to the theater to watch something that was going viral because of how cringe it was. Yeah, people watched it on Netflix for a day or two, like when it first came out. You guys remember back then.
Curiosity, yeah.
Yeah, but it's a little different when you already have a subscription service and something comes out and you want to make fun of it versus paying $20 to go to the movie theater just to make fun of it.
Yeah.
A lot of people were curious to see how bad it was, and they found out.
Yeah, and remember what the first backlash was towards Madam Web? Was it the press or was it the trailer they put out with my mother was researching the spiders in the Amazon?
Yeah,
that
those
was
cowards, they took it out of the movie.
I know, I'm so pissed.
That was the thing that went viral. That was the first massive wave of backlash against Madam Web. And everyone was that wasn't a press thing. That was an audience thing. The audience was making fun of it for the promotional material that Sony put out. So I don't know what you want everybody to say. There's plenty of movies that have done extremely well at the box office that the critics didn't like. Happens all the time.
Yes.
Like you can't. It happened with Venom, so you can't blame that on that. You can't blame its failure on that.
No. For some reason, the press decided that they didn't want us making these films out of Craven and Madam Web, and the critics just destroyed them. They also did it with Venom, but the audience loved Venom. So, as Ryan just pointed out, he just contradicted himself and made Venom a massive hit because the corporate critics, again, they felt very safe criticizing Sony because they're in the bag for mostly Disney, right, at the time. They're all.
It's low hanging fruit.
It's super low hanging fruit.
You know what, though? We tried to make Madam Web a hit, okay? We did everything we could. We had the power to destroy the Acolyte. We tried to use that power and reverse energy to power up Madam Web. And, you know, it's just some things can't be done. There's limits to our power.
I do think legitimately, too, like, obviously, what we've seen happen in the Marvel Cinematic Universe over the past couple of years has been terrible and awful. I think that these movies, as movies themselves, not taking into consideration maybe some of the other things they've done or changed or like within the MCU and why those are terrible decisions and this and that, I think these are legitimately worse movies, like just as a whole in terms of filmmaking.
They're just very poorly put together. I mean, Madam Web was a marvel of bad directing and editing. Like it was
the editing on that
and
was
dude, the audio dub,
horrendous.
Ezekiel. You could tell that they had to redub most of Ezekiel's dialogue due to reshoots or whatever, and most of his dialogue is when he turns around, and you can't see his lips moving, and it just
which is better than CGIing the mouth,
dude,
on a character.
There was a lot of times where this is a professional movie, millions and millions were spent on it, and the dialogue didn't sync. It's like, come on, guys. It was pretty bad, and they have all the resources in the world and no excuses, and they control Spider-Man. And it's it's weird because when they make a Spider-Man movie, as much as I am not in total love with the Sony Spider-Man movies, but they at least try, right? They try with those. They're like, okay, we should really put all in this one, and they didn't. They're poor. Ryan's right. They're just bad movies, but like good old-fashioned bad, just poorly made, which makes them more fun, which makes them a lot more fun. They were just destroyed by the critics and the press for some reason. The critics' aversion to Sony Marvel movies is one reason Vince Sequeira is leaving. No, thinks the studio needs to rethink how it moves forward with the Spider-Man universe tentpoles. The critics. Wait, go back. Can you go back on that? What did he just say? The critics' aversion is the reason they need to. Not the critics' aversion. Maybe the customers' aversion. Maybe you should worry about that. Fuck the legacy critics. Screw them. But it might be the customer's aversion, It's not like...
This is exactly what happened in gaming, though. They started to make games for the gaming press rather than the games themselves.
Yes. Well,
here's a problem, here.
That's what they were making movies for. That's what Disney Marvel was. What do you think the MCU was? It was making it for the corporate critics.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Second problem here, rethinking how it moves forward with the Spider-Man universe tent poles. You mean tent pole one, Spider-Man.
Do you say tit
There's
poles?
No tit pole. Tit poles.
Tit poles. I mean,
I'm a little congested. I'm sorry about that. But no, there's one character in the Spider-Man universe that is a tent pole. It's Spider-Man. That's it. You don't have any other characters. Like, I know Venom did well, but it was a very low budget, and it's not great.
Venom can't float anyone else.
Exactly.
He's for himself, basically.
And you robbed us of Spider-Man and Venom. That's the thing. When you keep doing this, you water it down, and it does affect Disney Marvel, what Sony Marvel puts out. It does affect it. And since Disney Marvel's been sucking and Sony Marvel's been sucking, it affects the overall Marvel brand to where people just roll their eyes now when either one of them come out. And that's why Robert Downey Jr. has to come back, and Chris Evans has to come back, and the Russo brothers have to come back. You don't think that's happening by accident, do you? I mean, it's like, we always plan this. Yeah,
that's a tip pole.
It's a tip pole.
That's a tip pole.
That's a tip pole. A tipple.
Tipples.
A tipples.
We got there.
That was this year too.
Oh man.
Too.
Oh man.
What a year. What a year.
One of Mahler's greatest moments. Yeah, it's been a great year.
We'll be laughing at Tipple.
So some critic at Black Girl Nerds is making them change direction. Sure, the critics don't have that much power at all. They don't have any. It's snake bitten or spider bitten. If we put out another one out, it's going to be destroyed no matter how good or bad it is. That's bullshit. That is fucking bullshit. If Sony put out a good movie of a good, like a penguin-like movie of fucking the Vulture or something like that, people would like it. It has to be good. Yeah. Okay. But it's a bad idea. It's like a better idea would have been Spider-Man 4 directed by Sam Raimi. That would have been a better idea. That would have made you billions. But oh well.
It's really hard to take this seriously because he's talking about a selection of movies that are like the laughing stock of the industry. Madam Web was fucking hilarious. Morbius is one of the biggest movie memes that ever existed in terms of they memed it into thinking it was successful. That's amazing.
They released it twice.
This is a fucking company that got trolled into releasing Morbius a second time.
So
embarrassing. They quite understand audience reactions.
Yeah, they're so out of touch. They thought all of that memeing was like positive interaction. They were like, "Oh, we should put it out again." They love it.
At one point in this article, you'll be like, I watched this show called Friday Night Tights. They seem to love Madam Web.
I talk about it all the time.
They mentioned it this many times. Yeah, this whole article comes off just like loser talk. It just sounds like, especially with that one sentence, they're trying to lower their own expectations even for the future. It's really sad.
It's why bother doing something? It's just going to get destroyed. I mean, that's how is that an attitude of an executive who runs a fucking giant corporation? What the fuck?
Sounds like a dumb chick. Unfortunately,
she said it.
Didn't want to make movies anyway.
I didn't want to do it anyway. You don't know what you had.
You guys are dumb.
You're just not gonna like it. You don't like anything.
Yeah. You'll miss me when I'm gone. And you know what? It's true. In the case of Madam Web, we will miss you.
Yes.
We will miss Madam
We
Web.
will.
We will. Your league.
While Vince Aquera doesn't believe Marvel Sony's movies are terrible movies, critics would disagree. Madam Web holds an 11% on Rotten Tomatoes, while Craven didn't perform much better with reviewers, and it has a 15% on Rotten Tomatoes. Both scores way too high, by the way. Just a little too high.
I was going to say too low.
In addition to Madam Web and Craven, Sony also earned negative reviews and bad box office with the Jared Leto starring Morbius, who's going to be Skeletor.
For some reason.
Because somebody thought that was a good idea. Sony insiders acknowledged to Variety earlier this month that Craven, Madam Web, and Morbius were creative and critical duds. Oh, thank you for admitting the obvious. We appreciate it. Even if they also insist that Morbius, which made $167.4 million globally, did turn a profit of $1? $2? Is that why you make movies? Do you spend $100 million to make $2? I don't know. Moving forward, they said the studio will need to be more discerning about which, if any, of the studio's stable of Spider-Man characters should be elevated into their own movie franchise. For one, if you want to do that, I would suggest hiring a Spider-Man fan who's read all the comic books, and they might be able to guide you. But I can tell you right now, out of the Spider-Man universe, the characters that you could possibly use, there's a problem because it's kind of half Spider-Man and half Marvel as far as the rights are concerned. You know,
I still don't know why they don't just make a Spider-Man movie with characters in, and then when the audience naturally likes one of them, think, could they stand on their own? This is how things have been done for ages.
Okay, so it depends on how the rights work, Disparu. And I don't know, by the way. But, for example, The Punisher made his first appearance in Spider-Man. But apparently that's not a Spider-Man character now because he's on his own, and it's probably has a lot to do with like him having more issues and solo issues or whatever.
Yeah, it's not about first appearance. It's about where they spend the majority of the time.
Yeah.
Which is why it got so weird for a lot of the X-Men characters and stuff like that.
Yep. Well, because a lot of the X-Men characters started out as Avengers or something else, right? And were either grandfathered in or pulled in. And the 90s made it very murky. But yeah, it's got the like intellectual property law. I will never understand it. And I kind of think it's made up as you go on anyway. It's just a way for lawyers to make more money. But yeah, so like the stable of characters you did have, the best ones are already used pretty much. And you had Venom. And you brought in Tom Hardy. Cool. And he put in his worst performance as an actor as Eddie Brock. He's fucking terrible.
Yeah.
He's awful as Eddie. I don't know what that accent is. That's not anything like an American accent. I don't know. It's very British trying to do a quirky American accent, whatever the fuck it is.
Hey, if we had to put up with you guys coming over here, we could do the same.
Yeah, and it probably turned out the same way, right?
Yes, yes. Every American does the Dick Van Dyke London accent, and he says that's the worst accent he's ever done in his life. So every American does a terrible version of a fake impression of an English accent.
Americans are not very good at it. You know who's the best? Kevin Costner. Kevin Costner's the best. So just putting it out there. He said, fuck it. I'm just going to make Robin Hood American. And he should be anyway. Sony is currently working on Disney Marvel Studios on a fourth Spider-Man movie set to star Tom Holland. Look for some news earlier next year on that one. Head over to the Los Angeles Times website to read Vince Aquera's latest profile in its entry. You know what? It hasn't been a couple months, but it's been close to a month. Maybe I can spill the beans. Maybe later in the show, I'll spill the beans.
Little New Year's gift.
Little New Year's gift on yes. We'll flick the beans.
Should it be on FNT? Should it be on FNT or should it be on a
it'll be on
Super Chat Square Up?
I think it should be on FNT. Screw it.
Okay.
Good, Ryan. Always looking out for me, and I love you, man. but fuck it. It's before the new year. We just had Christmas. My friend won't be mad. Ish. You know, it's better to ask for forgiveness than permission. That's usually that's how I roll.
That's true.
So later in the show, I have a spoiler for the next Spider-Man movie about 2 characters that are going to be in it.
Now you got to watch to the end of the video.
Now you got to watch to the end of the video.
Nice.
All right, so we were talking about Sony being stupid. I think we should talk about DC.
Just before we move on, I want to jump on Disparu's point. I was saying that once upon a time they would make spin-offs of popular characters, and I think the best example is Xena from Hercules.
Yeah,
I remember when Xena came in the Hercules show. It was massive. Like it was at the height of the show, and people were just completely obsessed with this character.
Arguably more popular than Hercules.
Then it became its own show, and arguably became more popular than Hercules. It's like, well, that's when they actually had brains. Now they're making spin-off shows of friggin' Agatha. It's like, who the hell thought that was a good character? I still to this day cannot fathom why they would make a whole series,
especially when there's so many good characters you could have made spin-offs of. Yes. And then like Moon Knight's a great example. Moon Knight is a great character that should have been a great show that could have led to a great movie franchise if they had followed the comic books and they fucking made a stupid kaiju battle and inserted Egyptian superhero and she was always saving him. And it's one of the biggest disappointments they've ever. I fucking love Moon Knight as a character. And that's an example. Even when they did pick, and it's good casting. Oscar Isaac is good casting as Moon Knight. Maybe they reboot it someday, hopefully. But God, that was so disappointing because Moon Knight was shit. By the way,
yes,
they used to
epic
be
shit.
They used to be way more efficient when they did this kind of stuff. Back when they were still making pilots, you had a TV series and they would actually have a pilot for a spin-off within another series. Yep. And then if the audience liked it, they spawn it off. And if not, they just kill it. It's a horrible idea. No one likes it. Go away.
And then you rewatch that series and you go, oh, that's the pilot that never took off.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Like that random episode in season 7 of The Office for Dwight's fucking beet farm. Yeah.
So many examples. So many. But speaking of spin-offs, that's a good transition to America's dumbest entertainment company, Warner Brothers. A leopard can't change its spots. You can fire all the executives you want. You can bring in James Gunn, get rid of Zack Snyder, and they're still the dumbest fucking entertainment company on the planet. The Batman, after the success of the Penguin, is delayed another. It's coming out in 3 years.
Dude,
oh God, that's
3 fucking
DC
years.
Movie that's made money. The only DC movie that's made money in 5 years is the Batman.
The only one they've released that's made money. Batgirl.
Yeah,
Batgirl.
They're starting basically from square one.
Yes.
Why would it be 3 years?
Question for everybody: do we all believe it's happening still?
At this point, I believe up until this announcement, because one, that's nonsensical. Like that's stupid.
Yeah.
I don't trust anything that comes out of James Gunn's mouth. Right? I think he's a liar. I think he'll fucking talk out of both sides of his mouth and his fucking ass. Regardless of what you think about his movies and whatever you think about the Superman trailer or whatever. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about him as a person. And even just his short record with DC, he's been caught numerous times just straight up lying to people about things. Whether it's about Henry Cavill, whether it's about, oh yeah, we've had some great discussion with Ben Affleck. We're really interested in having him come direct a movie with us, and he really wants to do one too. 2 weeks later, Ben Affleck gets asked about it. He's like, I would never fucking do a movie with them. Right? He gets caught lying all the time. He's said all these things about Matt Reeves and this universe, blah, blah, blah. I don't think he wants it to happen. I don't think he wants this Batman universe happening while he's at DC.
I think he wants his own.
I'm inclined to agree that whatever red tapey bullshit is happening back there, that his overall goal is to eventually kill Reeves's side of the universe. And the Penguin was just getting in it makes no fucking sense to do this after the Penguin was that good. Like, what the fuck is the plan, bro? It's like, well, I almost think they maybe they hoped Penguin wasn't going to be what it was.
Yeah,
it reeks of a desperation and jealousy, honestly. That he wants his universe to be the main show, and because Penguin is so good, he feels threatened.
This is how it probably happened. When James Gunn was hired, it was Matt Reeves was there. Remember, Jar Jar Abrams wanted the DCU. That's what he wanted. That's why he signed with Warner Brothers. He wanted to be Kevin Feige, Jar Jar Abrams. But then he got put in a director's jail, and things happened. So there was this agreement with why I bring up Jar Jar is Matt Reeves is a Jar Jar disciple, by the way. The good one, probably the best one, but a Jar Jar disciple. So they made this deal for the side Batman universe, and it was contractually obligated, and the Batman made enough money to kick in a sequel, and if they said yes, they were obligated to make it, and they did this. This is what Jar Jar's famous for, and he taught his disciples, always make stuff, spam stuff to keep your fucking job. That's how Kurtzman was able to do it with Paramount, because they're a bunch of idiots. He just kept pitching series, and they kept getting greenlit, and they have to make them now. And it keeps his production company around. So this reeks of like contractual obligation, and maybe they didn't expect much out of Penguin, but now everything's changed because of the Penguin. And the excuse that's given in this article is, James Gunn came out and said this really ridiculous thing of, we're not going to go ahead with a movie until a script is completed. Although I don't know if Mike Flanagan has completed his script for Clayface, but they've already greenlit that.
Yep.
So
that was like within weeks of each other when those things were said.
He's such a fucking liar.
There 100% wasn't a Supergirl script ready before they announced that.
Yep.
Right.
He's a fucking liar.
He is.
Yeah.
And there's a couple things that could be playing into this as well in some way. Remember when James Gunn took over, the only things that were happening DC-wise that would continue to happen was Matt Reeves' Penguin series and Matt Reeves' Batman 2 and Joker 2. Joker 2 just blew up in their faces in a big way.
Yep.
Yeah.
That may have given James Gunn some internal leverage on this or something like that as well. That may be it. But I don't know. I do understand, like, look, if they had just been straight up when he took over and he's like, look, I know he just promised Henry Cavill back as Superman at the end of Black Adam. That's not happening. We're moving on to a new universe. We're moving on to something new. We're completely erasing everything.
Clean slate, yeah.
Clean slate. Then there's going to be people that are mad. You've seen people are mad the way they're doing it anyway. But at least that is like, okay, boom, big end. But now you have this out there. Could you deal with having this alternate reality Pattinson Batman happening? And he probably said okay because it made money, but now they're rethinking that. He certainly doesn't want to make a Batman movie being compared to that Batman movie, all of that shit. I don't know, man. Dude, I think it's and also, by the way, all the James Gunn shit that he did in the old DC EU still counts.
Still counts.
Peacemaker.
By the way, Penguin is better than Peacemaker. Penguin is better than Creature Commandos. Penguin is better than the Suicide Squad. Penguin is better than the Batman.
Yes.
Yeah.
Easily.
Yeah.
So he's got a little ego problem too, and don't tell me this boy doesn't have an ego when he draws himself into the when they animate him into the credits of fucking Creature Commandos, dude. With him going like at a typewriter, going, "Yeah, my work here is done." It's like, holy shit, bro, calm down.
This it all stinks, man. It's like, what are we looking at here? The Superman will be out and established as the foundational film, and if it's super successful, everyone's going to be thinking like, okay, so where are you taking this universe? And what, 2 years after a Batman film is going to come out that has nothing to do with that universe, and then simultaneously you're going to try and get us hyped for your own Batman? I just don't believe it. This plan seems so stupid. Like, it must be that he's going to squirrel away the Reeves Batman eventually.
Well, let's go to the article because I don't know. I got to see the context of it, because when I just hear him repeating that that Matt Reeves hasn't finished his script yet, it feels like he's kind of calling him out.
Well, I don't know if that's
I don't know if that's the case, but
I don't think that that's a quote that was attributed to this delay. I think people are just reusing that to go back to what he said a couple months ago or whatever.
Moviegoers will have to wait a little longer to return to Gotham City, as Matt Reeves' follow-up to the Batman has been pushed back until October 1st. 2027, by the way.
So
October
any
1st.
hype that it
October
got from
2nd.
Penguin, gone. Completely gone.
October 1st. So that is just under 3 years.
Well, wait, didn't they
Jesus.
confirm Penguin season 2? Are we gonna get that before we get the Batman 2?
I was wondering that now.
What the fuck is going on?
You can't have another season of Penguin with no Batman.
The superhero sequel was originally supposed to open October 2nd, 2026, but will now shift a year and open on October 1st, 2027 in IMAX. I'm glad they told us this in IMAX in 3 years.
Yeah. And ultimately, right, if they haven't started anything on it at all, then it would be tough to get it out by that time frame.
Yep.
You know? But
which means they've either gone back to the drawing board or they haven't started anything on it. That left an opening for whatever. Scroll past this. I don't care about that. Warner Brothers made some additional tweaks to its upcoming release slate, swapping openings of Bong Joon-ho's Mickey 17 and Ryan Coogler's Sinners. Scroll down. Let's see what I just want to hear about the Batman stuff. I don't care about Tom Cruise. I mean, that's great.
How fucking dare you?
Yeah. Sinners, don't care about that. The Batman debuted in, we all know when it debuted, and we all know that people were in it. The film also inspired the HBO spin-off series The Penguin. In a recent sit-down with Zoe Kravitz, who appeared as Catwoman, Reeves said he was finishing the script for the sequel and planned to be shooting next year. That's it. That's it.
That's it.
So a quote from earlier from James Gunn is, "We're waiting for a finished script from Matt Reeves." That was like a couple months ago or something like that. And that still isn't the case. Matt Reeves, I guess, is busy, not feeling him. It's not, if he's having trouble writing it, why don't you get the writer from The Penguin to write it?
Yeah.
Well, and I don't know. Here's the thing. How much is that? Oh, Matt Reeves is struggling coming up with these things. Or how much is it? Because remember, Colin Farrell already said, I have 4 or 5 scenes in the second Batman movie, right? Yep. I actually think it's fucking done. And I think DC is sending it back to him.
I could believe that.
True.
Yep.
Yeah.
It sounded like, from if you see him talk about it, that Matt Reeves, this is a huge passion project, the Batman. I could totally buy that he'd probably sketched out the broad, like the Batman 2 pretty early on, and then just filled it in over the course of the time we've had. And yeah, there's a good chance he sent it to James Gunn / the executives that they can tell whatever fucking story they want. They hold all the power.
Yep.
What they should do is
my gut feeling says, right, that it's being stonewalled because it's
they should just push him into the TV show.
It's really hard for me to believe that Matt Reeves doesn't have a script done for something like this.
He got some notes from James Gunn for sure, like 100%. And I wonder, they have to work with each other, but behind the scenes, he's like, "Motherfucker, I just did Penguin. You did Creature Commandos."
Yeah.
Come on. So it's unbelievable. And Mahler's right. I didn't even think about the Penguin season 2. Yes, there's a very good chance it comes out before the Batman, which is another whole season.
That poor woman's gonna have to write a whole season without Batman again, even though the whole setup at the end of the fucking season is the Batman from the Penguin.
Yeah.
She handed the baton ready, right, for Batman 2. It's just like, nah, hang on to that for another season.
Yeah.
Oh, so yeah, it's gonna have to come out after the Batman, which means Penguin season 2, 2029. Everybody.
Holy crap!
What the fuck, man?
Colin Farrell's gonna be 68.
I'm gonna be.
They should I really do think that they should put the Batman into the TV. They should make it the HBO like epic TV show universe. Since they're gonna have this conflict with the movie Batmans, just separate it, movie and TV. TV's prestige right now. It's not like it's old 90s, throwaway television. So maybe they could entice Pattinson to come to the TV side, give him his own TV show there,
or recast him.
Yeah, do they even need him? Like at this point, if you become the bigger TV series, you can just no one cares that it would be a different guy under in the suit when it's that popular. Especially if you did announce that you were just canceling the Batman 2, then definitely recasting him wouldn't be an issue at all.
Just continue from Penguin on.
Yeah, at this point, make the Batman TV series, but no, they're going to go on with James Gunn's 8-movie plan or 8-year plan.
Yeah, I think this is all like talking about like stuff that does. I think the problem is that James Gunn wants to do Batman, Brave and the Bold.
Yep.
And I don't think he wants this Batman existing.
I agree.
I mean, that's what I think the problem
It
is.
doesn't even need to be much. You wouldn't even need confirmation of that, right? Any normal person who gets the reins of DC, and then they're told, by the way, chill out on Batman because we got someone else for that. You'd be like, I want Batman. And they're like, that's nice. I got a whole plan for Batman. It's like, that's nice. Like, no, I'm going to go ahead with my Batman. You're
well,
like,
especially when you're going ahead, you're going ahead without the Trinity. I mean, like, there's no mention of Wonder Woman. No Flash. We got Green Lantern. Okay, but no Green Arrow.
We have heard about a Amazon show, right?
Themyscira
yeah, like a Themyscira show.
Seriously?
Yes.
Yeah.
Just what the world needs.
Yeah.
Another island.
Bunch of fucking women who can't get fucked, arguing over dumb shit, thinking they're better than men. Can't wait.
Yep. It's like every reality show out there.
It's going to be Game of Thrones.
That's right. They said it's going to be like Game of Thrones, except without men.
Yeah.
Can't effing wait. That'll be totally different from the Dune series we just watched. And, there's at least men in there. But
sincerely, Warner Brothers we're boneheads. That's what that stands for.
Yes. Yeah. They can't change. And it's funny that that DC particularly is kind of like they are in the comic books. They can't fucking stick with the decision. They're always changing their mind. They're always resetting things. Here we are.
The thing was, it used to be so easy to separate like the properties because you had the whole CW series of the Arrow and Spider the
Arrowverse. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, the Arrow. You had Flash, you had Supergirl, all that kind of thing, and there was nothing at all that was confusing between that and the DC movies that were going on at the same time.
Right.
And I think, especially if you separate them between TV and television, there is a more distinct and obvious gap between the two universes. It might be a problem that the more you try and universalize something, the more problems that you have in general. Yes. It's far too complicated and complex for you to keep up with, especially with all the schedules. It would work if you could rely on people to put out a good script the first time. But if you have to constantly keep sending it back for years, there's no way.
Well, you also need to manage continuity as well.
We're about to see fucking Black Falcon in the winter. No, Black Captain America. Sorry. We're about to see Black Captain America come out. For most people, this is going to be the first time they've seen Falcon since Endgame.
Yes.
And they're not going to understand anything because nobody fucking watched Falcon and the Winter Soldier.
Something they spent an exorbitant amount of money on, by the way.
It's like when Maul showed up at the end of Solo. Right? Yeah. When Maul shows up at the end of Solo, and most normal audience members had no fucking idea what he was doing there because it didn't make sense because they hadn't watched the children's show, The Clone Wars.
Yep. And then also, I mean, it's been years. It's been years since Falcon and Winter Soldier. Nobody's got I barely remember the show, and I watched it. Yeah. I remember not liking it.
You don't need to, Gary, because basically he already passed the torch at the end of Endgame. The whole point of that show is it's disposable, and it basically kind of retold him getting the shield again.
Well, maybe this will tell us how he gets good credit.
Maybe.
You know what's funny about that is they're probably going to have some lines to fill you in the gap, but they're probably going to avoid the entire plot line of Falcon the Winter Soldier.
Probably.
So they're not going to mention the flag smash.
Because nobody watched it.
Getting solved. Probably, do you think there's going to be a mention of the Skrulls in this?
I hope there's a mention of the War of 1 million Skrulls. Maybe they're all on
last president.
They're all on Tiamat in the Indian Ocean. They're hanging out right there. The island of lost Marvel plot points.
I'm curious if Ross won the election over peace with the Skrulls or
over President Dylan Mulvaney. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Dolmet Mulrooney. Sorry.
I just wanted to be like, hey, have you seen your buddy Rhodey lately? He's like, what do you? You're not my buddy. He's like, oh, yeah, just assumed. Like, that's what I want to see from President Ross.
Kind of like highlights something pretty fucking hilarious. What the fuck is Rhodey going to be doing next time we see him? Because
a lot of explaining.
He missed a lot. Movie, but he's not going to get it, nor a TV show, nor anything, because they don't give a shit about him.
He's going to be funny. He's going to be in the Armor Wars.
Yeah, I thought he was
Is that actually happening?
No clue.
The MCU used to be able to create this incredible momentum based on continuity. It was like, you know this guy, they're coming together and they're gonna fucking fight this big purple thing. But now like the continuity is completely fucked to the point where it's just like you could put out any film. You could have said Madam Web was in the MCU. People would be like, yeah,
whatever.
Sure.
They kind of eradicated themselves from existence, though. What is the point of like the Avengers teaming up when you've already got, was her name Gaia or something? That was all of them anyway.
She is the Avengers. Yes.
Well, I wouldn't mind.
She's never showing up again.
No. I was gonna say, like, legitimately, will she show up again? The answer probably no. I don't even know that they
No way. No way. She breaks the universe, dude.
A gender swap Super Skrull. That's what she is.
We've talked about Emilia Clarke a lot. We mentioned Game of Thrones and we mentioned Solo, and now we mentioned terrible ass invasion.
And Terminator.
Yeah,
and
Terminator.
Yeah, that's right.
No, I'm sure she's the nicest woman in the world, but she is a franchise killer. She walks around zombifying them.
I don't think she's a franchise killer. I think she happens to be
there. Yeah,
right.
She's a bad agent.
Bad agent. Yeah, her and Henry Cavill have terrible agents. That's for sure. Oh God. Well, we'll find out when Captain African American comes out. That'll be fun. There's some new pictures of Red Hulk that came out. I don't know if it was just today, but doesn't look great. It doesn't.
I think he's only Red Hulk in the movie for 5 minutes.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting. It's probably towards the end.
Yeah, so it's probably won't be the beginning.
Oh gosh.
Imagine if it's just in the beginning. And Captain America comes, he's like, hey, settle down, Mr. President. And he's just Harrison Ford the rest of the movie.
Yep. This is Ryan when they get his order wrong at Taco Bell.
That's me daily.
I was going to say, that's chill, Ryan.
Yeah, that's when I wake up.
That's chill, Ryan. Oh,
why do we have high blood pressure Hulk? Why is he red?
They have a red Hulk because it's not green. They wanted to have a red Hulk.
You got to do it different than green.
He's created in a slightly different way.
Yep.
They need
something about RP Hulk.
Will the red and green Hulks come together for a Christmas spectacular?
Maybe they'll just come together. I don't know.
God, that CGI.
It's current Marvel Comics. Who fucking knows?
And so we're expecting Falcon to fight Red Hulk in the film. That's the setup, is it?
Yes, that was the problem. That's why they've shot it like 3 times.
I mean, it's hard enough to accept that, but you can accept it, that Steve Rogers can take on the Hulk because he's got so much just natural talent in fighting and dodging and all that stuff. But he's a superhuman, so you can kind of get there. Falcon, one punch and is paced. It's over.
Guess what? His entire suit is made of vibranium now.
Yeah.
So why even have a movie?
Get fucked, loser.
I know.
Yeah.
Like
you forgot the power of melanin, Chad.
Yeah.
Yes.
Just say, by the way, Cap never went toe to toe with Hulk in the MCU, did he? Right?
No, it was him and Thor.
Iron Man did with Veronica.
And Iron Man, yeah.
It was a little like, for dramatic effect and the way it happened, everything like that. We gave that moment that was kind of cool a pass when Steve Rogers is able to hold off Thanos, even push back on him a little bit. In that scene. I have
a different take on that. I've seen people say like, "You can accept that, but you can't accept that." I was like, I always took that moment as Thanos is putting X amount of energy into whoever this guy is, and then he's like, "Wait,
shocked by it." Yeah,
like he's not stressed for fucking strength at all. Thanos, he's like, "Wow, this puny little shit actually held back like my normal swipe." Huh.
Pretty good.
Like what the like he's like, huh, and then he easily destroys him. You know what I mean? Like right after.
Yeah, he tosses him aside.
Like, I always took that as just he was briefly surprised that the guy was a lot stronger than he thought he would be.
Yep. This is Hulk. This is a Hulk, a savage Hulk. Something we haven't seen for a while. But it's the Red Hulk, which has always been lame. Okay? It was dumb in the comics. It's going to be dumb in the movies.
But he red.
It kind of
went red.
I was fine with the concept till we found out it was, sorry, spoilers, General Ross. Then I'm like, get the fuck out of here. That's dumb.
He looks like he has ass implants on his neck.
on his
Yeah, there was a guy that said, and I can't unsee it with bodybuilders, that they all look like a normal person climbing out of a bigger person's body. And it is literally because of those muscles.
That's right. That's right. Oh, my God. Let's briefly talk about stuff we've watched. Shall we? Shall we? How many people here have seen Nosferatu? Be spoiler free, by the way. This is all going to be spoiler free, by the way. 200-year-old story.
Spoiler, he's a vampire.
Spoiler free.
Yep. Is it about a vampire? Is it about a vampire?
He was a vampire.
He's a vampire
Spoiler,
who
if you
finally
read
gets a
directly into the
nose
story.
job.
Yeah.
Or of a demon, really.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Yeah, it's Victorian Gothic horror. Like, really something we haven't had in a long time. And it's really shot in that fashion. Atmospherically, it's fucking awesome.
Dude. Yes.
It's
especially the first
slow build,
2/3 of the movie. Like
The
the way
sets are so nice.
especially in the castle, it's like slowly building and kind of like strange and horrifying. Like
there's a singular shot that I was like, I'm fully in, is when he's hasn't made it to the castle yet. He's standing on that dirt road in the trees with the cross, the crossroads, the lighting in that shot, and then the carriage comes from the darkness. Oh, dude, it's so good.
That is
how fucking Tokyo
down the best scene.
movie in that. But.
Dude, yeah, the cinematography is so well done. The atmosphere, like you were saying, the aesthetics on it was just on point. It's not a perfect movie, but like, damn, like it's a classic for sure for me.
It's
like
I guess I didn't love it. And I feel like the end, I think it was like a fitting end, but it was kind of felt like a little bit of a letdown, I guess, the way everything did play out, even though they kind of spelled out how it was going to happen. But
thematically, I think it worked.
Thematically, I do think it works, right? But to me, the ending itself was a little bit of a, no shit, it's over. Okay.
You know, I was kind of hoping it would keep going.
The original ending, though, it's very similar. I mean, there are differences, but it's very, very similar on how the original ended.
Yeah,
it's amazing that Bill Skarsgård and Andrew Taylor Johnson can be in such a good movie when they were in two shit fucking movies this year, dude.
My favorite actor, Andrew Taylor Johnson.
Aaron sorry. Did I say Andrew? Guy said Andrew. Yeah, it's his brother. It's his twin brother.
Yeah.
They have both.
Yeah, Nicholas Hoult. Another. He's freaking fantastic. The scene where he meets Nosferatu, and he goes from being creeped out and uncomfortable to full on paralyzed with fear is some of the best acting I've seen in like years. You feel
like
his
what
fear.
is generating the tension more than even the music or what's actually happening or the weird rattly breathing, like whatever, the growling. It's Nicholas Holt's reaction to being in that moment that kind of sends it to the next level.
Dude.
Yeah, I saw it in like kind of the worst movie theater ever. It was they really wanted to make you feel like you were in a cold castle because I think it was 45 degrees in our fucking
mine too. Mine too.
Fucking freezing.
I would have loved that.
I was like, oh my god, so cold.
God, it was freezing.
Hold on. That is 100% preferable to a fucking hot theater.
I haven't been.
I would rather my 20 degrees too cold.
You know, be preferable a comfortable theater. That would be preferable. Okay.
I liked it though. It was cold because the movie was cold, and it was like it worked perfectly for the atmosphere.
It did. It did. Robert Eggers is not everybody's cup of microwave tea. I understand that, but
my shit. It's my shit, dude.
Yeah.
But as far as like hitting jump scares and stuff like that, it doesn't do that. It's what horror is supposed to be. It's building tension. It's mood. It's really dark. Some of the sound effects are really fucking. I don't want to spoil it.
Oh yeah, don't spoil it. But the sound design in this movie is so good.
It's a very visceral film, which makes it excellent in my opinion. Another thing too, which I think is kind of funny, because Willem Dafoe is in this movie, and he was in another Nosferatu movie called Shadow the Vampire, where he plays Carl Schreck, which is actually a vampire. If you haven't seen Shadow the Vampire, fantastic movie. But I just love the fact that he's in this, but this time he's basically playing Van Helsing.
Yeah, pretty much. So it follows as what I remember. God, I'm no Nosferatu expert out there, but it follows the story pretty closely from what I remember, and that's pretty much the ending is, I think, appropriate. It's not going to be bombastic, but you're like this film is is art. I know there's some people out there who think Robert Eggers is overrated. I would disagree. I could think of 1,000 directors that are overrated over him. That was easily the best movie I've seen this year. Yes, that's a low bar because I don't think I could say I saw a best movie this year I haven't seen everything, but I've seen some really good stuff, but I haven't seen anything that's great. And this is the closest thing that's to great.
I don't know, Gary. Sounds like you're putting all your Eggers in one basket.
Nosferatu doesn't suck.
No, it's really good. It's really good.
It's very, very good. Very good. I thought it was better than Norseman, the Northman, and I like that movie, Northman. I like that movie a lot. I think this one ends stronger than that movie. That movie had a little bit of a weak ending. And this one, I think,
the Northman,
thematically, like we were talking about,
the Northman makes a lot more sense when you see its sequel, Violent Night. So, its spiritual sequel.
Yes.
There's a freaking Northman scene in that movie, which is so fucking funny, where Santa Claus is like this Viking just fucking killing people. It's great. It's great. But
it's a great Christmas movie.
It's a great Christmas. Yeah, this they pushed it, and because of fucking Mufasa or whatever, they pushed it locally for me in a bunch of little movie theaters that were all sold out. So I had to drive across town to see it in a pretty full theater. And
Disney's got all of the premium format screens for Mufasa, pretty much.
Yeah.
Didn't they do something that pushed out some Sonic screenings as well?
I think so.
I don't know about intentionally, but this is just the deal that they had.
That's how Disney works.
Mufasa.
Yeah.
That's how they work.
Like in general.
They say if you don't put our movie in these theaters, then we will not give you the next movie. And theaters are like, oh shit, we need to have the next Disney movie. So we'll just do whatever you say, Disney.
And that's a pre-agreed upon thing.
Yeah.
And then usually it lasts for a series of weeks.
Right.
They did the same shit with the fucking Star Wars Force Awakens and Last Jedi and stuff when they came out. Feels like that in place.
Yeah, wasn't the with Tarantino and Hateful Eight? There was a big thing about that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. For companies or sometimes directors like Nolan and IMAX, that fight that went on with Oppenheimer versus Tom Cruise in Mission Impossible, like the guys that have the pull, they have the pull.
They get it. So, I mean, there's not when we like something, we don't want to spoil it. We want you to see it in our European brethren in the Commonwealth. Is that what you still are in Australia? Don't get to see it till the 1st. So I'll just say I highly recommend it. It's 2 hours. It's paced really well. I would say the first 2/3 are better than the end for sure.
Yeah.
But building up, they keep everything in darkness, and it's so good how they hide the face. And Bill Skarsgård does a great fucking job. He's freaking brilliant.
Very good.
And
especially the way he does his voice.
And this it's Nosferatu, the vampire, but this is the closest I've seen to what Dracula's described as in Bram Stoker's Dracula. Right.
Mm-hmm. I've seen a lot of people being like, "Did Mola hate it? Is that why he's being quiet?" Like, can't see it. It's not out.
You haven't seen it. That's why. Yeah, that's what we're kind of like. I want to give you a quick spoiler-free recommendation. I would say definitely go see it. I don't know about how you guys feel, but I would say definitely go see it.
For sure.
On a scale of 1 to 10 on the scary meter, what does it land on?
Oh, scary?
It's not very scary.
It's
there's a handful of moments that will make you jump.
But it's unsettling.
Okay.
Yeah, it's more a little bit unsettling at times than scary.
My boys who saw it described it as they really liked it, but it was weird. So it might be weird to them, and it's a very surreal, strange, creepy movie with tension, but it's not like throwing jump scares at you all the time.
Yeah.
There are
a couple of moments.
There are horrific things in it, like horrific actions that when you see them, you're like, ugh. But All
right. What about the graphic violence scale? How bad does it get?
It's a little graphic.
There's a peen.
There is a peen.
There's a peen.
There's a peen. Yeah.
There's a vampire peen.
Really?
Yeah.
It's in shadow, just like the rest of the movie. But
2024.
It's like it's kind of you can.
It's in shadow,
and it's on
it's
a
in
weird,
shadow.
Yeah, but
You
as far as violence, like scale 1 to 10, I don't know. I've seen so much.
I don't think it was that. I don't think it was that violent.
4 or 5, maybe.
Yeah.
It's not about gratuitous violence, but when the violence happens, it's for a reason.
Yeah.
There are breasts in it, Shad.
There are tits.
There's boobies.
But it's thematic tits. I think it's thematic. It's for the theme. The premise of the movie is very much like what is there? Evil exists. Evil exists, and we need to fight evil.
Yeah,
like that is actual evil, like demon evil. Like the belief system in the movie is very like.
Well, it does help in the fight against evil.
Yeah, it certainly captures the Victorian age and kind of like their mores and beliefs about
no
the world
sparkly gay vampires running around. It is an evil vampire. Straight up.
It's just funny. All the deep conversations you were having, I couldn't tell if you're talking about vampires or tits. But
well, I mean,
evil exists.
Don't you understand?
Personally,
evil with boobies.
I'm a little more passionate about tits than vampires, but that's just me. So go see it.
Both involve stuff.
Go see it. If you can see it in IMAX, go see it in IMAX.
For sure.
Yes. What did you say, Did you say both involve sucking? Is that what you said?
He's not wrong.
My
He's not wrong.
Disparu. How scandalous. I caught that.
Caught that as
you will not be able to resist the sucking of the titty.
But really good performances, like great acting, like Johnny Depp's daughter is really good.
Yep.
Really good.
Oh yeah, she was really good.
Really
like surprisingly good. I did not expect that. But yeah. Eggers doing tune projects, possibly. The Night, spelled with K.
Yeah.
And
a Western.
Labyrinth. Did you see that?
No.
I heard about Labyrinth. I heard about
Labyrinth.
I don't believe for a fucking second they'll let him do Labyrinth. He's not going to want to do what Labyrinth is. Like, can you imagine them remaking Labyrinth with fucking Robert Eggers? That's not going to happen.
No.
I want it.
I mean, I'd love to see it, but it's not going to happen.
I want to see him do his Night movie and just do your thing. Just do your thing.
Do something new.
Don't like we have so little original out there, and at least bringing back Nosferatu is something that hasn't been completely overdone. I mean, yeah, it's a Dracula story.
We have so little original. Bringing back Nosferatu.
Bringing back, well, yeah, it is original. Bringing back like a real evil vampire, like that is pretty original these days. So I think it's yeah. Show me your Night stuff, but we're talking relatively okay. This year, where we had sequels, prequels, midquels, interquels, pre-prequels. And there's more, and we've had all of them. We've had all of them this year. It's nice to see something that at least a throwback to when shit was good. It's very much got the feel of Universal horror in it too.
Dude, could you imagine if he did all the other monsters too, or like that universe?
Well, he plays with the color palette a lot, right? So there's stuff that's straight up black and white, in it, and it's pretty cool. It's
like a black and white movie without being black and white.
It's a pretty cool movie.
It is.
All right, and
but that was why. Was it Sin City that did that? I always thought that was cool. Where they used the color to highlight certain things.
Yes, Sin City was great. That needs to be in 4K. Make it happen.
That's what the comic was. The comic did that.
So, who here has seen Squid Game?
Hello.
Ooh.
All right, I've seen 3 episodes.
That Asian thing.
That's that Asian thing.
It is that Asian thing.
Squid Game season 1 was a phenomenon. It came out of nowhere. Massive hit. One of Netflix's biggest shows in their history. It's 3 years ago, and the question back then was the same as Joker. It's like, do we need a sequel to this? Do we need another one? And 3 years later, we got another one. I guess they filmed them back to back, so we're going to get part 1. Wow. Well, it's season 2. It's technically season 2 this year, and then we get season 3 next year, right?
Yes.
And that's it.
I feel like it's worth me starting before anything is said. As the person who's seen the full season, this is not season 2 as much as it is season 2 part 1.
Part 1, yeah.
I think that's the worst way you could have done it.
Great.
This is why I'm saying this. Fair fucking warning. The disappointment you felt with prior part 1 stories, you will very likely.
And we're going spoiler free here too, by the way. Just
I'm not going to spoil anything, but let's just say this season, when the last episode started, I was like, oh shit, we've got so much to do. There's no way that they're not going to wrap this. This
now,
is not gonna work.
Does it have an arc that concludes within the season?
Personally,
because that's
I
how
would
you
say
do them.
Thematically, there's a point being made, and I don't think it's completed. I can't I'm gonna have trouble talking about my feelings on the point being made as early as episode 1 all the way through the season, because I feel like we're not finished. We need to.
Wait, Mahler, you've seen more than the first 3 episodes?
I've seen the 7.
How? But they're not out yet.
Yeah,
Are they?
Yeah.
I'm covering it on FNT, and I'm covering it tomorrow on EFAP. So I had to see it, but yeah. So like broadly speaking, there's they've developed their ideas, but they're like half baked, and you could say like, well, yeah, but it's part 1. And I'm like, yeah. So it's like, and this is hard to do spoiler free, but there are relationships that have clearly got stories left to tell. There are certain things that have been left on the floor, certain threads that have been set up, and you have no idea where they're going. They're just hanging.
Yeah, they introduced a bunch of new characters. I mean, we're going to make this as broad as possible. There are new plot points. We get to see a little more of the inside of the game. I don't think that's spoiling anything. I'm not being specific. Right.
That's what I'd hope for.
You get to see a little more of the inside of the game, and you get a kind of you get a different. And I'm only through 3 episodes, to be fair.
Different perspective.
Perspective from the game because of things and stuff. But it's fucking terrible. I hate doing that. But
I mean,
but I don't want to spoil it for people who didn't see it.
If I could maybe put people off seeing it and then try to put people on seeing it, because it's a bit of a mixed bag for me. The first point of which what Gary's referring to, there is what you can call a plot line that involves the inner workings of the Squid Game post this season. It was fucking pointless. You have to wait until next season to find out wherever they go with that.
Kidding me. Okay, so from season 1, rules from season 1 of the game was workers couldn't talk to each other without asking permission.
Yeah,
correct.
Well, they had to ask permission from their superior. This season we have workers.
What about at happy hour?
This season we have workers. I don't know. This season we have workers talking to each other while the game's going on. So
right.
There's the thing. I'll say there's interesting stuff, but the season ends and you're like, oh, we didn't get anything on that. And it's like, yep, next season you have to wait. You're like, okay. Then the what you could call B plot, and again, spoiler free, but you could see this in the trailer. Detective Man, he has a plot line in this season, and it doesn't go anywhere by the end of this season.
Wow.
Oh no, really?
He's on stall. He does not get a payoff this season.
You're fucking kidding me.
Nope.
They spend so much time setting that up in the first 2 episodes. Holy shit. You are kidding me. God damn it. I'm engaged so far. Like again, I like the end of episode 3 had a pretty good ending. Like that was the reveal there was, well,
yes.
you know. So those are the things that I would say to put you off watching it. And the really big warning for anyone who hates it when they don't end a fucking story and they end it halfway through. This happens. But
I hate it. They do it all too much. I'm getting annoyed with
I've quite enjoyed Gihan's plot. I enjoy a couple of I think it's clever, some of the things they've done in terms of how he's tried to move on from when we last saw him. We get... I'm trying to say this is bordering on spoilers, so I'm thinking about it. We have new games, and I guess everyone can have different reactions to everything, but I was quite impressed and happy with if you know from the trailer, the first game is going to be red light, green light, but this time, there's knowledge of how the game works, and so it changes in what I would consider a pretty interesting way. And then there are other games to be as non-spoilery as possible, and I was very interested and happy with the dynamics at play. There's one thing I think is worth revealing that I don't think would spoil it in any way, shape, or form, and would rather give you a hook if you're interested by this premise. But season 1, if you remember the old man who turned out to be kind of the architect,
yes,
right.
He said during there was a scene where he was hanging out with the front man, and he said to the front man, that he wasn't really interested in watching the game anymore. And he was like, huh? And he was like, trust me, playing the game, there's nothing that compares to it. Like you said, the experience of playing Squid Game versus watching it, you get something out of playing it. Do you see where I'm going with this, Gary? In terms of, I feel like it should be said in terms of like it's a good that for me is a big source of the drama that's really interesting in this one.
Also, they race swapped all the Asian people for black people.
Yes.
Oh wow.
X-Ray Girl lost all her jobs.
Fuck it. Do you want to just toss on the little spoiler pad, and I'll say it really quick.
Toss it. We'll say it quick. Plug your ears. 5,
all right, so,
4, 3, 2, 1. What?
I was gonna say it's a possible spoiler. If you want to know something that might hook you into watching it, but is technically a reveal in episode 3, is it?
Yes.
Yeah. So, if you don't want to know, don't worry about it. But if you do, then this is it. Basically, and this goes for anybody here as well, of course. I'm giving you a chance to, yeah. So the front man from season 1 submits himself into the game that Gihan is in as well, without letting anyone know that that's the case. So he is posing as an average person.
Well, he's player number 1.
He is number 1, yeah.
And is he, I got the feeling that he can go in and out whenever he feels like it, because there are parts where he's kind of watching it from somewhere else, and then we see him at the end of episode 3. Okay, now he's in it. He's player number 1. I get the sense that he can leave when he wants.
Well, I guess I wouldn't want to confirm or deny in any direction.
Yeah, we don't know at this point. So
let's just say that judging from season 1, it looks like he's there because of what Ilnam said to him about the experience of being in the game.
Yep.
And I think it leads to interesting things. That's all I'll say.
So yeah, they spent the first 2 episodes. We could unspoil it now. They spend the first 2 episodes introducing some new characters, telling you what's left over. The season starts out almost directly after season 1, and then it does a little time skip, and it shows you where everybody is. I kept calling him Soul from
My watch man, don't put that on him, man. That's not fair.
He's so much better in this. He's so good in this.
Yeah.
So I was watching episode 1 with Fringy, and there's a particularly intense scene even in episode 1 for him acting wise. And once that scene was over, I was like, they had that guy for an entire fucking season.
They had him for an entire season. Acolyte didn't get anything out of him like that, and he's good in this. He's good in this.
It's funny that you call him Soul in this, but throughout all of Acolyte, you just called him Jedi Master Squid Game.
Yes, I did. That's how my brain works, Ryan. There's no logic to it. Okay, no rhyme or reason. Just kind of flying by the seat of my pants, buddy.
Your brain works on a 6-month delay.
Pretty much. Well, it has to. I mean, self-preservation. Okay. But no, I'm engaged so far. It's not as good as season 1. Because dude, Red Light, Green Light in season 1, that first episode is a fucking banger. What happens, when you just realize it just starts mowing people down, and there's just that pile of bodies in front of the door.
Ooh.
Oh, it's excellent.
Exciting.
That spread, man, like word of mouth. People were shocked by it. They wanted to share with other people and tell them about it. I don't know if season 2 is going to spread like that at all.
It doesn't feel like it is. I mean, it's been out for a full day now, and I didn't even see it trending on Twitter. Like
it's I would say, as having completed season 2, I really want to see season 3. Enjoyed plenty of season 2, but it's not as good as season 1, and there's more things to be critical of. And
can we just talk about how fucking Netflix is very successful. They make a lot of money. They can do what they want. I get it. They won the streaming wars going away, but there's going to be a problem in the future with sustainability, right? And we've talked about this. And I, besides, the whole binging versus weekly release, Netflix has managed to find the worst decision between the two. Like one or the other. But splitting things into parts, like Cobra Kai, why would you have the end in February? Why not just play the whole fucking thing now in the holidays when everybody's here and can watch it? And you're trying to reduce churn. You're not going to reduce churn by plopping stuff in the middle of months. People can just sign back up on that month and then sign back and then unsubscribe.
Like, why did they choose to do that? Because it feels like one of the dumbest things you could do to split a season into two. Like, it absolutely killed any momentum that Invincible season 2 had because they did that.
Forget what happens.
Yeah, but at 7 episodes, that is a Netflix season. I think the problem with this, with it not being rounded off as in a whole arc, is especially if they film them back to back. To him personally, he'll feel like he just filmed one thing, and so that's how he wrote it. And then it feels as if it's cut in half. When from Netflix's perspective, they just commissioned double.
Do you remember everyone here or not? I think it's episode 3 of season 1 of Squid Game. It ends with the results of tug of war being unclear. It like cuts to black, and it's like, and then it's like, oh, you're gonna have to watch the next one. And it's such a like, guys, why didn't you do this weekly? Like, I'd be like,
go right to the next.
So I think that you have to go, when you make these things, you have to go into it with a plan, right? And with Cobra Kai season 6, obviously these are all cut into little thirds of seasons. They plan to do this. So they plan to release them this way. And for us, it probably is frustrating. I don't think Cobra Kai works week to week, right? But I can almost guarantee you that they're going to have more watch time, which is one of the things they really care about for this season of Cobra Kai, because for each subsequent thing, I know I went back and watched the first 5 fucking episodes of it before I watched 6 through 10, and I'm probably going to do it again in February. So I can almost guarantee you that they're getting what they want out of something like that. Stranger Things, the 4th season of Stranger Things, the way they left it, I think that was probably one of the things that worked very well for them, especially when people saw what the second half of the season was. But I think it's going to vary on a case-by-case basis.
Yeah, I mean, like, judging your show by watch time, I don't know if that's ever going to really work as far as metrics and profitability, unless, of course, you just go full on ads. And then sure,
well, but that's they've got their ad tiers now, right?
But yeah,
so
but
they're charging what, fucking $27 for no ad Netflix now.
Oh, and so it's going to go way up.
You have on their ad based tier.
I can see that being within 5 years like $50.
Me too.
Yeah.
Ridiculous, dude.
And that's why the watch time matters, because that watch time is a determining factor for how many ads they can show.
That's YouTube. I mean, that's just how YouTube is judged. It's not fucking views, it's watch time. It's minutes watched, hours watched.
YouTube works that way because it's got so many creators. You will find something that you will like, and you will go from topic to topic to topic, and whatever you like, you will always find something new. Netflix doesn't work that model unless they started to do something like YouTube did, which I suppose not out of the realm.
They thought about it.
I doubt
they thought about it. Yeah,
they did legit think about it back in 2016 and 17.
I don't think they'd have enough ad support though. Like YouTube works because they own AdWords, which is basically all internet advertising ever.
I mean, that's what YouTube is. It's supposed to be ad generation for Alphabet. That's pretty much why it exists.
Yeah, I'm not sure anyone else could pull off the platform just because they have the advertising base.
No, that probably not. But that, like, they have no reason to change right now because they're the king and they're making money. But they're going to stop reporting.
They are changing, right? Like, this is the fact that they are releasing it in parts.
That is a change.
That was a change.
True. But
that was a huge change for them.
They're going to start. They're going to start reporting. They're going to stop reporting new subscribers. I think they've already done that, and they're just only going to report profitability to the shareholders because they've kind of reached the limit. I mean, there's a limit, obviously, to all this. So we'll see. But right now, they can get away with this stuff. But the thing is, like, and I hear the argument, it's like, you have a prestige series that comes out every 2 years. Well, they do that with movies. Well, fucking movies are easy to remember. They're 2 hours long, you know. And
you have to ignore all of tradition. Television is always like for most of the time, it came out every year. You had 22 episodes, and then suddenly you decided to change. So we want it to be TV when you're making television just doesn't work. You should be imitating television, if anything else. But to Maula's point about cutting to black on certain episodes, anyone that's seen Alice in Borderland, I challenge you to watch one episode of that because every single thing ends on a cliffhanger, and you have to watch the first half of the next episode to do it.
I'm not saying there's no episode-to-episode value in doing that. There totally is. What I'm saying is it's perfectly set up for a weekly release as well.
Yeah, that's my point. That's the way TV. Well, I suppose you had self-contained, but when it's the internet, you can be like, no, you can watch it any time, so you don't have to worry about people missing things. So you should do cliffhangers at the every week and then do it weekly anyway. It's just the vastly superior method. It's stupid that nobody's done it consistently.
Hey, but they have all the money in the world. You know, they can pull this shit off. They could have more. That's why I try to argue the weekly thing. You have a bunch of free advertising. You create a culture around your show. It becomes the water cooler. I mean, release it at a decent hour in America. Screw you guys in the UK. And release it at the same time every week. The Penguin hit harder because we had people talking about it and building it up, as
week to week.
time went on.
That's how it should be done.
And that's why and it's not gonna your churn is gonna happen no matter what. Piracy's piracy's way up now, like way up, because all this shit's so expensive. And then they're never going to figure that one out. By the way,
another reason piracy's up is people are more familiar with websites and navigating. Like all the pirates have to do now is start to actually just clone the streaming site's overall looks, and people aren't going to feel like they steal it at that point. They're going to rationalize it as, I pay like 3 of these things, I deserve to have this. It's so much easier now compared to before.
I mean, music piracy basically got eradicated because the systems that provided music were just easier, better, and so value for money that nobody bothered to pirate. I think Steam said something similar, that we just think as long as you provide a better system, people will use it and they actually don't mind paying. You'll have teenagers that can't afford it, but apart from that, most people would go for the superior, easier system.
True, but when you've got obviously A, B, C, D as your providers of all kinds of movies and stuff, and then you're like, oh, new movies come out, Big John,
but
I want to go watch it.
The system, not paying. Like that's
not a system that can be solved though. That's many companies all at once need to cooperate into one big one. That's never going to happen.
Big John is Dan Bass's favorite movie.
Because
it's a case of they don't have a choice. They either do it or they.
Gabe Newell was talking about like the easy providing access and purchasing of games, which can only be destroyed if the same thing happened with them, where you had like Epic doing what they were doing, but like you had 5 other companies and they split all of gaming so harshly that the thing is, pirating games is harder than pirating movies and TV shows. But at the same time, what you would have to do to defeat piracy on streaming is to have basically Netflix wins the streaming war and everybody puts their shit on there.
Just goes back to the way it started.
The way it started.
But it's never going to happen. We know we end up with probably 3. That's like the smallest it would ever get.
Yeah.
Well, and they're still spending money like crazy. For example, Michelle Yao, Section 31, which comes out the 24th of January. I can't wait to review it. It looks like the worst thing ever made, much less the worst
it's my
Star
favorite
Trek
thing
ever
about
made.
Star Trek as well. Section 31. They're so cool.
Do you know how much money she was paid for that?
No clue.
No.
$12 million.
I don't even think someone should get that for movies.
That is real. That's not bullshit. Because she won the Academy Award and they promised it to her. They paid her $12 million.
I bet you that was the rate for a TV series as well, wasn't it? When they've shortened it down to a movie.
Oh my god.
My jaw hit the floor when I heard that. I'm like, what? But yes, $12 million for Section 31. I'm sure it's going to be a magnum opus. Can't wait.
I remember back when I can't remember whether it was Friends or The Big Bang Theory, one of them, but they were getting $1 million an episode.
That was Friends.
And
she
beats that now.
Well, she does. Even Patrick Stewart only got $1 million per episode for Picard. $12 million. $12 million for a 2-hour movie. So wow.
Great job burning all that money, I suppose.
Way to go. Can't wait for that.
I saw recently that the director of Deadpool only got $200,000.
Tim Miller got $250,000.
He was a first-time director though, or something. The story was saying.
Yeah, I don't know if he got any residuals or anything like that, but
no, he said he wished he got a cut of the merchandise.
Yeah. Well, Rob Liefeld's doing okay.
He was saying
and now he's doing Secret Level.
One episode of like a TV show pays better than doing Deadpool, but it's the creative side of it as well, right?
Well, and the prestige, like your past work contributes to your leverage to your future wages. So,
dude,
it makes
sense.
And
Deadpool got him the Love, Death, and Robots and Secret Level now.
I didn't know he did that.
It's like these. It's like these fucking women who get a chance to fucking direct a movie and then bitch about, well, I didn't get paid as much as Christopher Nolan got paid.
You're not Christopher Nolan. Fuck off. That's so stupid.
Well, I mean, ultimately, he should negotiate better or not take the deal, I guess.
Well, that's the thing. You were happy with the wages at the time. That's why you agreed to the thing. So looking back on it and complaining is a bit.
Well,
it is interesting in that larger context. Yeah.
That happens most of the time in Hollywood. Like, why do you think it was so easy to go to diversity hires? Because they're cheaper. And that's it. And then you start seeing shows, speaking of Star Trek Discovery, Rings of Power, with 21 or 22 producers. Because these things are produced now. They're not really created at all.
Imagine if the strike had got what it wanted, and the amount of producers and executive producers and writers and everything.
Oh yeah, it demands that writers need to be like producers on shows, and they have to have a certain amount, and it's forces Hollywood to
and they were forcing.
Yeah,
exactly. They were forcing writers' rooms. Not everybody uses like that's why Taylor Sheridan was fighting against that, because he's like, screw that, I'm just gonna write my own shit, or write with one guy that I get to pick.
They just came out and said, we are trying to preserve the amount of jobs in Hollywood that are at the moment. Like, it's not how business works. No, and the more you find out about Hollywood, the more you find out they don't act like a normal business at all. It's just, and I do think it's just, they was basically the only game in town, and they were so successful, they had so much money that nobody needed to think about business. They were just throwing money all over the place, and it still worked, so they kept doing it. Like the tech industry with the bubbles, everyone gets paid stupid amounts of money, fake jobs, because they don't actually have to act like a normal business which runs lean because it needs money and wants profit.
Dude, look,
and Hollywood's now hitting that. We're like,
remember the .com bubble? Look into that. Look at how much
I remember that
fucking money was.
Well, imagine that lasted for decades. How much waste you would have built up over decades of that success.
That was burning money, and they've gone through a very similar thing, and now they're fighting AI, which you can't. Yeah, I mean, like it or not, you can't. And
Shad won't stop the waifus.
No, he won't.
Because I am against AI waifus. That's like,
yeah, he won't give them a body.
No, you're not taking it from me.
Well, I guess this can take us to the best and the worst of this year. What our personal best and worst. I would say, arguably the big. I'll ask you guys who or what was the biggest loser this year. I would say it's the Hollywood celebrity. The Hollywood celebrity is the biggest loser of this year, but not of a particular movie or TV show, but overall. They fucking took it on the chin. I mean, they've been losing their relevance for years and years, but I think the reality just hit them this year that there's no such thing as a movie star anymore. There's still certainly some celebrities out there, but that could be anything. It's not going to be from being a movie star anymore.
Look at Y2K. They had Rachel Zegler, who was probably their big star to get any attention on the movie at all. And I think it was like a week or something in, they made $28 a theater.
Wow.
Oh my God.
That's not a movie star, folks. But she was there like, she's Snow White. She's been on all these movies. She'll get people into the theater. No.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Even if Zegler did not completely blow the press circuit for Snow White, like even if she were not completely insufferable, it still would be like, okay, it's Rachel Zegler.
Who fucking cares?
Right, yeah.
Who cares?
You put anybody in that position, it's not going to do.
Yeah.
The only way you're going to get attention as a movie star now is being hot by the way Sydney Sweeney does it. Like just be crazy hot and then people will take notice.
And be really charming too.
So, so it was before all of this Rachel Zegler backlash that they cast her in this.
Yes.
So this was fucking, what was it, June of 2023? August of 2023, whenever that was, where the resurfaced Rachel Zegler stuff started going viral, because some of us had talked about that at the end of 2022 at D23 when she said these things. And then because of some of those set photos that happened just before the strike, and then people dug back and found some of those old things, that's when the anti-Rachel Zegler stuff went nuclear.
It hit the zeitgeist. If you recall,
yeah, she'd already been casting a lot of these things well before that.
If you recall, the backlash for The Last Jedi, Ryan, there was initial backlash when the movie came out, died down a little bit, and then I think when the Blu-ray, it kicked up again like 3 months later, and it was through some news articles. It was from the Access Media, like constantly hammering the fans that kicked it back up and
Ryan Johnson
up. And then it didn't stop. Hasn't stopped to this day. But it was interesting how that it'll hit the zeitgeist, and then people will know. That happens all the time, especially on Twitter when we see 2-year-old videos that are being tried. They're trying to apply it to now, which you got to be careful of. But she's become the face of woke Hollywood. She is literally the face of woke Hollywood right now, and everything wrong with Hollywood. She is the poster child. don't think her career is going to go much further than Snow White. And what Chrissy said, I don't think that movie is going to do well anyway, but she certainly hasn't done herself any favors over the last couple of years. Same could be said about The Acolyte. The Acolyte was a shitty show, but what fanned the flames was a fucking diss track.
It's working on the fans.
That's what we got out of it. We got Ryan's version.
Yeah, that really kind of sent it to the moon. So
what, Ryan's
version? Fucking Nerdrotic daily video always pops into my recommendations.
Dude, how many?
My fucking face on her.
How many views did that thing get? Almost got 200,000 views.
Yeah,
over 221.
You can always go back to it.
Popped into my feed.
It's just on the playlist.
It's always in my head.
Oh, it's good. That happened this year. This year was great.
Yeah,
this year was great. We knew it would be a bunch of leftover shit, but man, I don't think anybody thought The Acolyte would be quite that bad. Like it's pretty bad, and there's worse. There's actually worse. So we'll go around the horn. Disparu, we'll start with you because we gave everybody like 5 minutes notice on this. Give me your top 5 best and worst.
Okay, I'm going to start with the worst because that was by far the easiest. I actually have another 6 lined up.
Go ahead. Run with what you want.
My worst was Joker 2, simply because I don't think it was meant to be enjoyed. I think it was meant to make you feel horrible, miserable, and disgusting when you walked out of the theater, which is how I felt. And this wasn't... I watched the Joker after Joker 2, so I didn't even have any expectations going into it. It's not like, oh my god, I hated you, so we're going to destroy it that way. Agatha all along...
You hadn't watched 2019 Joker before you watched Joker 2?
Yeah, because I knew the Joker that I like is the Dark Knight Joker. So I knew it wasn't going to be that. And from everyone's talking about the Joker, I didn't expect to like the movie anyway. And I didn't like most of it. I liked the end. I liked where he actually became the Joker rather than just a guy with like mental illness and depression. It's not my kind of movie. So when I'd heard other people talk about it, I was going to skip it until Joker 2 came along. And then once I saw Joker 2... I had to see what the first one was that people liked. Agatha all along. Nobody knows why that was made. That's probably on everyone's list. Echo. I really liked where she defeated Kingpin by calling on her female ancestors.
I can't believe that's still this year. When did that
came out in January?
January.
So it's barely this year, yeah.
Quite a lot of the things on the list, I'm like, wow, is that?
She became Dances with Voltron. It was so fucking
with
lame.
her powers combined.
I think my favorite bit is where she gets her leg stuck in a train and then she has a memory that then gives her superpowers.
I know.
Like, wait, what? Where did the super strength came from? Well, I remembered that one of my ancestors also was strong. I'm like,
yeah, she's doing like jumps. She's jumping over train cars with the prosthetic leg. She's not superpowered.
It's like,
she's not exactly in shape. Okay, so
she's a superhero, damn it.
Yeah.
Or when she's in like a bowling alley and they're like, okay, we've left you tied up alongside a load of weapon parts that you can put together, but we're just going to go in this room and have a talk.
I know.
We're not going to leave anyone in the guards, the
Get up to
people.
any shenanigans in there. Stupid.
And didn't one of them like handcuff her to the table like by her prosthetic leg or something? Oh no, they take her leg off and then they give it her back.
Yes.
While she's like a prisoner.
The first thing you would do if I was take away her leg and hide it. Destroy it.
It's like, what's she gonna do now?
Guys.
I don't care how strong you are when you're on the floor.
Allies.
Very progressive bad guys. Very progressive.
Number four is Borderlands.
Oh,
which is not the movie I expected in any way, shape, or form. My favorite part of this is they spend probably 40% of the movie just shooting at the camera from different angles.
Yeah.
So you never see what they're shooting. The action's not put together or anything. It's just shooting random things that you can't see, and then someone will fall over in another cut. And my number 5, and like I say, I've got 6 more, so this was tough, but it was the Doctor Who Christmas special. Where they're really not helping stereotypes either. Not only are there all the problems that I had before, but there is literally a point where they make Cutie Gatwa steal something from people on Mount Everest. So, like, these are people, like, they need safety equipment, and he goes and steals it from them, and they catch him, ask him why, and he says, because it was there. Now, I'm not American, but I don't think that's particularly a good stereotype over there.
No,
to really be pushing.
It really isn't. I mean, it's not a target. It's the top of Mount Everest, but
well, yeah, but
it was there.
Like a rope and a grappling hook and safety equipment. It's probably a bit necessary for Mount Everest that they're about to climb up, and you're taking it from them.
Stephen Moffat wrote this one too.
Did he?
Oh,
yeah.
this is probably the worst episode he's ever written. Like, I think that's pretty. So this
What
makes
is happening over there?
this makes dinosaurs on a spaceship look decent
compared to that. Yeah,
this also has dinosaurs. That's why I'd use that one specifically.
Oh God. Well, Kill the Moon. I don't know did he write Kill the Moon? Kill the Moon is fucking bad. It's bad. That's a Capaldi one.
I've just remembered that because I hated the ending of it.
Yeah.
Why did you do that? I just wanted to see what you do.
Oh yeah, I know. But continue. Please continue. You've got 6 more.
Well, my other ones obviously were Madam Web. Oh no, Borderlands apparently got twice. That's how bad I thought that one was. The Acolyte, for obvious reasons. Damsel. I don't know if anyone saw that one.
I avoided it. Is it as bad as it looked?
Oh, it's way worse than it looks. The trailer made it look positively interesting, and then you get there. She literally at one point takes liquid napalm to the face. It goes all over her, and then she just rolls into some water and she's fine. She defeats the dragon because the dragon is blind. And so it doesn't know where
so
she
Damsel is a feminist story from Netflix with Millie Bobby Brown.
Yeah,
that's what it looked like. Yeah,
princess fed to a dragon who then destroys the dragon and kills everyone.
Conquers the kingdom or some shit like that. I don't know.
Yeah, they literally sacrifice wives to the dragon because a man wanted the treasure and he was so greedy that he killed the babies of the dragon for absolutely no reason whatsoever. And so now the dragon's like, I will take your children like you took mine. So now they're really stupid. So what they do, they marry the people and then they mix their blood so the dragon smells the blood of the other bloodline on them. And so that's how they get around it without sacrificing their own children.
So
except the
why do
damsel
they need
makes
to marry
allies
to
with
do that?
They don't explain that. They could literally just mix blood with
They
anyone.
could do it to that. They could do that to anyone. Then
they never explain
Don't
that.
question the
Don't
wisdom
think about it,
of
Shad. You'll be
Netflix.
fine.
All right. Next.
Yeah, Time Bandits. Just from episode 1, it was so bad I could never watch anything else. Literally the most densely awful episode of television I've ever seen. I couldn't review it because it take too long. And Batman Caped Crusader.
Oh, that was bad. That was bad. Oswalda Cobblepot. Fat lesbian Asian Harlequin.
Incredibly attractive. All of Gotham was attractive.
Thought she was
Smoke show.
Nobody knows why.
So what was the best you saw?
The best thing, and I'm going to break the rules for this one simply because it is the best thing that I've seen this year. And so I don't know how I'd get around it otherwise. But Hunter x Hunter, I think Chant will know what I'm on about. The Ant arc is some of the best television I've ever seen. It's an anime, but specifically the final arc was incredible. And a lot of... Hunter x Hunter's weird, where you have a bad arc, good arc, bad arc, good arc, all the way through. But it's worth watching the kind of meh ones to get to the really good stuff. Penguin, obviously, probably on most people's lists, I'd imagine. Next one is Solo Leveling, which was another anime which guy gets sucked. Well, it's a bit like a video game kind of style, except he's the only one that can level up, and it's more for like the themes than the setting, which I find a lot of anime is good with sort of... It does sort of traditional morality way better than we do in the West now, which is why I kind of went over to it. It took me a while to get over sort of the animation style rather than live action, which is what I prefer. But because the story and the messaging is so much better, I think it's worth watching. Beekeeper. I don't know if anyone else saw that, I'm a sucker for an action movie. And if you cut out all the police section of that, I think it's an incredible movie.
The police
really
section
like
made
Statham's.
no sense.
Yeah, well, this is where it's part of the trend of we're going to have a main storyline and a side storyline.
With a black female detective.
Yes, we're going to shove every single tick box off to the side so that we'll just put it over there. That'll satisfy them. But I want to make this movie.
After watching Carry On, I'm like, okay, now we could do a legit League of Extraordinary Black Female Detectives.
Yes.
They can have their own precinct in Minnesota.
Who's going to be the top dog?
Yeah. Well,
They're
that's what they're going to fight for. You know, it's going to be like a battle school. You know, but black female.
They all
detectives.
talk trash behind each one's back.
I did have Ministry of Ungentlemanly Warfare as like in contention.
I had fun with that one. Yeah.
It was
But I liked
fun.
it. But again, I only liked like the Henry Cavill section of it. I didn't like the secondary storyline, which existed for no reason whatsoever, which just had all the tick boxes shoved into it. And seemed to distract from the movie. So that's why
Which
that one
wasn't in the
didn't make
book. That whole side thing was not in the book.
No, I think it's just a requirement for Hollywood. Like if you have a load of tick boxes you have to do.
Oh, it's obvious.
There will be some people like, I don't want them, so we'll put them in, but I don't really want to.
I know it's a historical drama. We need to be accurate, but we need to put in a very diverse group in this that are part of some team. You know, just put them in there. It doesn't matter if it makes sense or not. It doesn't matter. Yeah. And that's what we got.
And weirdly, one of my favorite bits of Ministry of Ungentlemanly Warfare is just like how Henry Cavill fires his gun. Which makes him really basic, but he's just so nonchalantly just walking around holding it, just like shooting from the hip at everybody. I'm like, no, this is just cool. It's just a fun kind of movie. Dark Matter. That was on Netflix. I don't know if anyone saw that, but that
was the German one.
Yeah, where they a guy makes a box which can go to any kind of parallel dimension. And so it shows you how the world plays out from different perspectives. And I've always liked where you can show essentially the same world from different perspectives. I know Gary's talked about, I don't remember what it was called. Counterpart. Yeah, yes. I like that because you show one decision changing everything. And this does it over multiple dimensions. And I just think it's a great example of how Hollywood should be making movies, because all of it's set in the real world. All of it is the same few sets, but they show them for different perspectives, and so every single dimension feels entirely different.
Well, that's why streaming is better for higher concept stuff. That's what I was kind of hoping we were going to get, is higher concept stuff. Like Apple TV tries. I mean, they don't really pull it off, and they're proprietary in their shit, but they try to do higher concept stuff. Sometimes it's good, most time it's not. But that's what I was hoping we'd get. In this era, but we didn't.
It's also, if you think back to things like Stargate, that used the same set for like 9 or 10 series. It was just the base, and they did entire stories just in that base. And with the budgets spiraling out of control, I think you will need to make more things like Dark Matter and be more creative about how you use the sets than just spending $300 million on 8 episodes, which is entirely unsustainable. I'm not someone. I don't think that streaming is unsustainable. I think Hollywood's current way of dealing with streaming is unsustainable.
They haven't figured it out. I mean, it's the future.
Well, I think they
no
used
matter
to.
What.
Though. I think TV used to show how they could do it by reusing things like Stargate.
Yeah, they probably should have just, I don't know, find a way to hide. Well, they need episodic. Obviously, episodic works now. Especially if. And it still works, and people still want it, because Suits is a great example that went out there and just fucking blew up over Netflix. A decent 2010s TV series, just wiped everything out, everything else out. That shows that there's still an appetite for it.
So much that it got a sequel.
I know, dude.
A spin-off series, we should say.
All you need for procedurals is just like the standard thing, but then a twist. So you had like Lucifer, like, oh, he's teamed. It's the devil teaming up with a detective. Let's see what happens. Like, it's a really. Yeah, as long as you come up with a good concept, you can play it
based on a combo.
And the last one is Deadpool and Wolverine.
There you go.
Which was just a fun movie.
Ryan.
I'm not going to take nearly that long to explain some of mine, but so
he's British, okay?
He is British.
A lot of people have no idea what I was talking about.
The Acolyte, fucking, that's pretty self-explanatory, speaks for itself. Joker 2, Madam Web. One thing I'm surprised Disparu didn't mention, Rings of Power Season 2. That came out this year. And
Holy shit, yeah.
An absolute top of my list. Abomination.
Holy crap, yeah.
And then you could throw something like Agatha All Along or Echo. Like, they're both bad. At least Echo only took up 1 week of our fucking lives as opposed to Agatha All Along, which took up several. As maybe the determining factor there. In terms of the best ones, for me, The Penguin's probably my favorite TV show of the year. And it's probably going to be a favorite of a lot of people's. My favorite theatrical experience was Dune Part 2. And it certainly wasn't perfect. And I don't know what they're going to do in Messiah with the way they left things with Chani, but still, that's my favorite theatrical experience so far this year is Dune Part 2. It took me almost a whole year, but I finally watched all of Shogun. They had to read some of it. But Shogun really, really fucking good.
Right.
And I don't know if this is going to be on too many people's list. Day of the Jackal on Peacock with Eddie Redmayne, I thought was awesome.
And Lasagna Lynch.
And Lashana Lynch. And I don't like her in a lot of stuff. I thought that show was great. I really, really like it. And then for the last one, I guess you could just throw in things that were like maybe not great, but fun. And I would put Fall Guy in there. The Fall Guy. I would throw God. I guess you can throw Deadpool and Wolverine in that realm as well. Twisters, and I would put Twisters in that too because I think that came out this year.
It did.
Things it's like these aren't fucking. It's not peak cinema or anything, but I had fun watching them.
Yeah, there's no like runaway. Well, there's no runaway great movie this year. That's why Nosferatu. I mean, Nosferatu.
I have to sit and think about that one a little longer because I literally watched it. I got home 5 minutes before we started the stream.
Yeah.
I'd have to think about that one a little longer, probably.
Sure. Quarterback Garrett.
Worst. Acolyte, number 1. That show was horrendous. I had to watch it like twice at normal speed and then twice at slow editing speed. So that's horrible. Joker 2, because it was just such a fucking letdown. The first one I liked the first one a lot. And going into that one, it was a complete rug pull. Second one, or third, is Rings of Power, because Rings of Power. Madam Web, horrible editing. We talked about that earlier. And Argyle.
We saw that together.
Holy shit.
Oh.
That movie was a surprise because I like Matthew Vaughn. Was it Matthew Vaughn that did that?
Matthew Vaughn directed it.
Great director. Random. I like Sam Rockwell. I like most of the people that are in it. Henry Cavill's in it. Horrendous movie. Like god awful, ridiculous. You're sitting in your seat thinking, who greenlit this? Who thought this was okay to put into theaters? Horrible movie. I'm going to go to Bests. Penguin, because that show was fantastic all the way through, top to bottom. All the actors, the showrunner, the writing, fantastic. Nosferatu for the movie side, because again, what we were talking about before, great directing in that movie, and the acting is phenomenal. Gentlemen, the TV show, great TV show. If you haven't watched that, it's on Netflix. Just a great gangster show. And Dune Part 2 was another great cinema experience. The sound design in it, the acting is really great. I thought Timothée Chalamet actually brought it with that character and was able to kind of transcend his little wafy, a girly body, and was able to present. So that was good. And then Secret Level. True, yeah. And then Secret Level, the anthology video game TV show by Tim Miller. Just great, just for the Warhammer alone. That one was freaking awesome. Specifically Concord in the Helldivers one episode. If you didn't watch that, it was all about a little black girl.
How about that Pac-Man episode?
The Pac-Man episode was great. I like the Pac-Man episode and Warhammer and Stifu.
So weird but good.
It is weird but good. Yeah.
That's why it's at my bottom of my best, but it's a little up and down. But the ones that go up, they go way up. So I'd say go watch those for sure.
Yep. All right, Shad.
So I'll start with the ones I like, and look, a lot of it is similar to you guys. Penguin is at the top. Just absolutely loved it. Dune Part 2. Really, really enjoyed Dune Part 2. Shogun, I think, has been one of the best. I've loved everything that I've seen of the show.
X-Ray Girl was awesome in Shogun. By the way.
I really enjoyed House of the Dragon Season 2 still, even though it ended, that thing. But I really liked a lot of it.
I did too.
I did too, Shad. It is hard with the last episode, the fact that it felt like it was the 8th episode of a 10 episode season.
But there was some great moments in it, especially, you know, when they try to get the dragon riders and it all falls apart. Oh, yeah, there's some awesome stuff. And then there's something out of the left field that isn't as well known. Actually, oh no, I can't really do this one. I watched it this year. I don't think it come out this year. It's Spy X Family. I don't know if that was released this year.
That was last year. But if you saw it this year, that's fine.
Yeah, one of my favorites.
I'll let it pass.
Oh, thank you. Fall Guy, I loved, and an honorary mention for Delicious in Dungeon, which is a quirky anime that was surprisingly good.
That was fun.
Yeah, it was. So the worst, Rings of Power Season 2 is at the top. I mean, let us not forget the central plot of Rings of Power Season 2 for Sauron making the rings was that he would threaten to destroy his ability to make the rings. If you don't make these rings, I will destroy myself. Is essentially what he was doing. I can't, like the stupidity.
It's like Blazing Saddles.
It really is. He'll no one get it, or the N word get it. He literally did that.
Do what he say. Do what he say.
Like Kellen Brimble, you make the rings, or I'll destroy the city. If you destroy the city, you destroy the fortune, your ability to make the rings, you retard. But that,
dude, Halandriel,
oh,
fucking shipping Sauron and Galadriel. Get the fuck out of here. Jesus Christ, that's the worst. Whoa, terrible.
I can't believe how bad it was. Like comically, bafflingly, stupidly bad. And the entire show was built on that premise. Why he gets them to attack the city. Why he's making the... I can't believe it. So yeah, Rings of Power Season 2 is just incredible. And look, Acolyte is a close second, right? Because that was unbelievably bad. And it's sometimes I'm like, which is better, which is worse. But Acolyte was next level. And then for me, I would have to be Echo. I have PTSD trying to get through that season because we had
they dumped it on the same day, didn't they?
They did. We had to binge it all for FNT, and I wanted to kill myself.
That's why I said we only had to talk about it for 1 week, though, as opposed to something like Agatha.
Could you imagine if that was weekly?
Oh my God.
I think I would have preferred it because trying to get it through in one slug, like I had to stop it like mid-season and just walk outside and question my decisions in life. I was like,
gotta get some air.
I do that in my reviews. I just leave it recording so I can tell when I've walked out. Sometimes I walk out for like 2 hours at a time and then just randomly come back.
It was so bad.
It's amazing how your mind will drift off for self-preservation. You'll start looking at, I've got to check my email right now. You know?
Like, man, I could get a jump on those taxes, man.
Yeah, something.
And the next three, they're like in no particular order. I just remember not liking them quite significantly. I didn't like Joker 2. I really didn't like War of the Rohirrim, and I didn't like Fallout. And so
there you go. All right. Comics.
All right. My number one for the worst is the American Society of Magical Negroes. That movie was
this year.
Oh, I forgot about that one.
I gotta put that on the runner-ups as well.
It is, just peak wokeness and shitty storytelling and shitty filmmaking. My number two is The Acolyte for obvious reasons, but the close run-up.
Wait, comics. Wait.
The American Society of Magical Negroes.
All right, I had to get that one in there.
All right, by close run up to number two, but this is three, is the 2014 The Crow, which is just a complete abomination of the 90s film. And the 90s film and the graphic novel or comic, whatever you want to call it, fantastic. And I can't believe they went and remade it because it was just like completely the opposite of what that story actually was.
The fifth fucking time, right? I think technically it's fourth or fifth time they're trying to make like either a sequel or another Crow film.
Yeah.
It's not going to work, guys. There's one.
I agree, but there are other stories that James O'Barr did regarding the Crow that could have been adapted.
Yes, and they didn't.
And they didn't, which is ultimately the problem. Number four is going to be Madam Web because that was such trash. And number five for me is going to be Joker 2. We do have some runner-ups, which are going to be or honorable mentions or dishonorable mentions. The Three-Body Problem. If you read the book, great. But the Netflix adaptation was trash. Absolute fucking trash.
Yeah, it really fell off at the end. I like the beginning. Fell off for me at the end. I didn't read the book.
Yeah. Yeah, the book was actually pretty good. It was really interesting.
Dan and Dave didn't stick with the book on something and fell off at the end. Strange.
Yeah, go figure.
Weird.
I enjoyed parts of the Three-Body Problem, but there is one moment in the season which was like spit stupid. And why were they doing it? And it's the boat. It's the boat through the wires.
It does happen in the book.
Really? Because
that was actually
is Comics Division on a full 3-second delay?
I think so.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry.
Not just you.
It's all right.
Yeah.
All right. So as far as like good movies and TV shows, Nosferatu is my number one. That was just a absolutely phenomenal movie. Shogun is number two. Again, read the book as well this year. Both done very well. Landman. Phenomenal series. I know it's not done yet, but that's been great. Also, a lot of people haven't seen this, but I highly recommend it. Is also The Sound of Hope for number 5. And my honorable mentions are going to be The Fall Guy and Deadpool and Wolverine.
There you go. Chrissy.
Hello. Let's start with worst. I agree with comics on American Society of Magical Negroes. For me, what makes a really great bad movie is just the ability, how much can be made fun. And I think that takes the cake for sure. We got a lot of jokes out of that one. Joker 2, Acolyte / Rings of Power, Agatha, same thing. It was funny how bad it was. And Madam Web was pretty horrible. Top 5. I was like, I had Godzilla -1 question mark. I don't know if that was this year.
That was last year.
Very end of last year, so it was probably still playing at the beginning of 2024.
Oh, good still. Okay, obviously Penguin, Deadpool, Wolverine. For me, Am I Racist makes my top 5 just because it was funny, it was unexpected. It was like good job, Daily Wire. Good job, Matt Walsh. I was just impressed that they made it to, mainstream theaters there. Fall Guy and Despicable Me 4 was delightful. We saw it with our stepson.
I saw that one.
That was a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It wasn't bad.
The Mega Minions.
It was cute.
Yes.
Yeah.
They were kind of funny, actually. But cool.
They're always funny.
X-Ray Girl, did you see 5 things?
Yes, I did. I saw quite a few movies.
5 things that came out this year, not you watching things that are classics that you've never
She's like,
seen.
I really like Ghostbusters and Jaws and
Indiana
Raiders of the Lost
Jones.
Ark and Star
Barbie.
Wars.
I've not watched Jaws yet. That is on the list. No, for like the worst, I have Joker 2 as my top because I love musical type of movies, and that obviously was a big fail. I wanted to walk out of the theater many times, and I don't think there's been any bad movie that I've wanted to do that repeatedly, except for this one. Acolyte, Echo, Gotham, Cape Crusaders. I watched that one episode, and it was enough for me to say that's probably the worst show. And Civil War. That movie made me feel like so angry at the end of it, and like I wanted to like it because there were some great moments, but then it totally crapped the bed, especially at the end. In terms of good stuff, I have Penguin, and of course Wicked because I love musicals. Dune Part 2, Deadpool and Wolverine, and I wanted to add just something different, but Kaiju number 8, an anime, and it was so freaking good. Like I just couldn't stop watching it. So
it was on my list of possibilities.
Yeah. And honorable mentions for good stuff, but not great. Bad Boys and Fall Guy. I thought those movies were really, really, really good. Fun. Not great.
Fall Guy was very fun.
Yeah. A good time.
Mahler.
Yeah.
How you doing?
Right.
Easy show for you today.
I'm just moving things around in my list. It's funny because I'm looking forward to talking about one of them in particular after everything's been said. Let's start with the
because one of his worst is Deadpool and Wolverine. That's why.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what
Let's
you're
go.
talking about.
See, I'm a bit on your side with that one, Mola.
Let's start with the top 5. I don't even know if I consider this honorable mention, or rather just I wish to mention, like Shad did. House of the Dragon. My goodness, even with its fuck ups, I loved plenty of the moments in that season. And like the Otto's like last fucking scene in episode 2 was a banger, and they just disappeared for the rest of I remember being like, please come back.
We saw him in a cage in episode 8. What do you mean?
Yeah, that's true. His MCU post credits cameo, Otto will return, sort of shit. But yeah, like I enjoyed plenty of that season. But my god, the last episode left a bad taste. Like in terms of, oh shit, this is what it was. And then finding out the meta of how they got fucked in terms of the episodes being reduced when they didn't even. It's just like, oh, that's sad. And then of course the knock on of, holy shit, this may damage significantly the future season 3 and 4. So yeah, I did want to mention it because it's like it sits in a weird place. But I suppose then going number 6, I'd say is Oddity, for anybody who hasn't heard of it. It's a interesting atmospheric thriller horror sort of movie. It's supernatural, kind of involves a murder mystery, and as the film progresses, it unravels sort of bits and bobs that adds to the creepiness and gives you a sense of not really understanding until the end. And then I don't know, I very enjoyed it, but simultaneously it's a difficult recommendation because I don't know how many people would enjoy that kind of movie. Very much a slow burn, and kind of plays tricks on you, makes you stare into dark places and wonder what's going on in there, sort of thing. But I found it fun. Next up would be The Wild Robot. I recommend everyone check that out. Wonderful, wholesome little animated film that's all about parenthood, and the animation's spectacular. The performances were top notch, and it was just a very, very fun film to watch. Very happy. I was actually like glad to have seen that, among other things. So I was like, thank fuck, there's a few more redeeming factors in the world of film for this year. Not to say that there's plenty of good stuff that's come out that I haven't seen, of course. I'm just saying I've seen a lot of bad shit this year.
That's Illumination, right?
No, I don't.
DreamWorks, maybe?
Is it DreamWorks?
It's got to be DreamWorks, because if it was Illumination, I would have fucking hated it. More than likely. That's a whole other discussion. Next up would be The Gentleman, which is funny because it's like it does feel fucking like it was ages ago. But it was ages ago. It was, and I think Gary, did we like me, you, and Az kept trying to talk about it each week on Real BBC as like a sort of, you really should see this. It's all out. Go see it. And then it sort of like petered out because it's like, fuck. They'd done it weekly. It would have been really fun to keep talking about it, kind of like Penguin. And I feel like maybe that made it sneak under the radar for some people, but seriously recommend it. And if you enjoy Guy Ritchie's best stuff, you'll enjoy The Gentleman. It's such an easy recommendation. So much fun. Very frenetic and insane. And the first episode, man, the ending.
Oh, shit.
That's enough to hook everybody in.
Yeah.
Eat the grain! Eat the grain! Oh, it's so good.
And my number 3, because I did the top 6 with an honorable mention, this all totally makes sense, is One Life. I don't know how many of you heard of it, but it's the film that regards the real life events of a guy who saved a whole bunch of kids back in the day. It's like a real thing that happened, and then a real event happened on TV regarding it, and they've made a film covering the real event and the TV event together. Anthony Hopkins plays a guy who saved a whole bunch of people back in the day, and it was, because I'm trying to remain a bit spoiler free. It's a really, really interesting story historically as well, and the film covers it. But he saves like I kind of sworn it was like 500 lives or something, and it kind of disappeared as a fact until he finds this book and then submits it, and a bunch of people start to show up that are the results of what he has saved. And it's a, again, I can just fully recommend it. Excellent movie, brilliant performance, very touching, and regards a lot of stuff that's just really meaningful. Number 2 is Wallace and Gromit: Vengeance, Most Foul. I actually watched it with my family yesterday, and it was fucking wonderful. It always is. I love the Wallace and Gromit films. Animation is spectacular. They're incredibly cute, wholesome, and fun British through and through kinds of movies. Always fond of Feathers McGraw as a bad guy, and they don't miss out on making really funny shit with him, with Gromit, with Wallace. And they've got these like, the film regards the notion that perhaps we've delved a little too far with technology taking over things in life that are something we should do ourselves. Just it's a very simple and straightforward and I think endearing story. Easy recommendation.
How does it rank against The Wrong Trousers?
Oh, these. I can't answer these questions. I love the fuck out of so many of it. Like ranking all of them.
I watched that all the time as a kid.
The Wrong Trousers would be certainly competition. I mean, I probably would pick Curse of the Were-Rabbit over this as well.
Oh, really?
But it was a really close fight. I love them all. Like I really do. But you know, basically, if you like any of them, you'll love this film. It's you never would have thought this would be shit because it's Wallace and Gromit. They're pretty reliable.
Do they still
Is Wallace and Gromit,
or is it CGI now?
No, it's still stop motion.
Oh, good,
nice.
Yeah, they had a scare recently. I think last year they were talking about the plasticine was gonna run out. They didn't have enough to do stuff. But yeah, it was a big scare. But I think they figured it out.
That's
Wallace and
Gromit is
Sriracha
that shit with a a man and a dog, right?
Claymation.
Yeah, it's the clay.
Yeah.
Stop
I remember in like 4th or 5th grade, we had a British substitute, and he fucking turned on the TV and we watched like 30 minutes of some I don't know if it was like a
the same
short
guys that did
movie
Chicken
or
Run.
a TV episode or whatever.
Yeah, Chicken Run.
And we were like, "The fuck is this?" We had no
why
idea what was
is
going
he
on.
showing it in an American school?
It's
Yeah,
good
Americans won't
shit.
understand.
It's good stuff. It's good stuff. I think is it streaming anywhere? Watch the originals.
Good question. I don't know how to answer.
Figure that
I'm not
out.
sure where it would be exactly because it was on BBC One, so I don't know if it's like on
Yeah, true.
what streaming site.
VPN, make up an account, go to BBC iPlayer, you can watch it for free.
Yeah, and then
they'll
number
ask
one,
they'll ask you if you have a TV license. You answer yes, and they trust you.
And you say yes
because they're British.
Yes,
you just be surrounded by people that obey the law. Till recently.
Really?
Of course.
Been to London lately, buddy?
Oh, well, that's what I said until recently.
Yeah.
It works as long as we were British.
Yes.
number one favorite
More at this point.
thing of the year was the Penguin, shocking nobody. That series was excellent, surprising in all the best ways, and after doing like a fucking 11-hour deep dive throughout every episode on EFAB, it's just become something I'm like, good God, I appreciate the work that went into that. Thank you so much to everyone involved, you know, for every department. Yeah. It's so cool we got something like that. I don't expect we'll see it ever again. Like even season 2. I've got a lot of PTSD for season 2s these days.
By the time season 2 rolls around, Colin Farrell won't need a fucking prosthetic. He'll just be that low.
Good point.
Which takes me to my bottom 5, I suppose. Honorable mention. This fella does not make it into the top 5, okay? But Deadpool and Wolverine.
There we go.
Yes.
One of the worst pieces of shit. Hollow slop. Desperately.
What you hate fun, Mauler?
Fucking
Mahler doesn't like ice cream and puppies.
Rushed, disrespectful, piss poor writing. It's carried basically by Hugh Jackman and Ryan Reynolds.
I agree.
Yes.
Excellent job.
That's why I like it.
They were very good in it. I ain't gonna deny that, but it couldn't save the shit script. I'm so sorry.
Anyway.
Number 5, I still kind of maintain a little bit when it comes to that if it would have got so much backlash if they decided to do some of the things that they did in the movie, but it wasn't a Deadpool movie and it was any other like characters in the MCU. Like what they did to Johnny Storm, you know, just like the immediate fucking like it's very similar to what we saw happen with Reed Richards, right? In fucking Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness. Right. But I feel like it feels like we give it a pass because it's a Deadpool movie.
And it was actually funny too.
Yeah.
I mean, was there huge nostalgic appreciation for Johnny Storm, the character? Like,
I've always loved Chris Johnny Storm more than his Captain America, to be honest with you. I think he played the role better as Johnny Storm.
I agree.
I mean, I even like things like Elektra coming back, even though I didn't like the movie. It managed to pull characters back and I think make moments of them returning that they really didn't deserve. Elektra
Gambit,
returning
something
to a
that
movie
didn't even exist.
That's why I put it in my like fun, but not a great fucking movie kind of category. My fifth one in there, because there's problems, but it was fun. But go ahead, Mahler. That's your best. I'm sorry. It's one of your worst.
So number 5.
That was his favorite movie.
Star Wars Outlaws. We're allowed to do games, right? That's allowed. It's media.
Yes, absolutely.
Obviously, it's funny. I could shove this list in any direction, have like 1,000 entries for the top 5. We all know this, but I wanted to get this in there because that game was pathetic, hollow, useless. It's we're gonna make a Star Wars game and it's gonna have Han Solo, but it'll be a girl, and that's gonna be so much fucking better, isn't it? And then that actually distracted people enough as like a source of the horrid, pathetic writing that most people didn't even talk about how bad the mechanics were. But then viral videos start getting spread of like Asmongold and other people just breaking the stealth system by crouching near a blade of grass and just all of that sort of stuff. I can't even get into it. It is filled with like the most insane and pathetic glitches. The game is incomplete. They have since said, like, please come and play it. We fixed it. We allowed stealth and shooting in different sections now. It works. Like, the developers basically trying to crawl back any kind of interest in the game, saying it's completed now. So a friend of mine sent me an article saying that Star Wars Outlaws is a good game now, and he's like, is this true? And I was like, no. they're tweaking some things here and there to try and make it worthwhile. But there've been other games this year, as all of you are aware, that could easily take this slot, but I just honorable 5th, whatever.
I mean, the disaster in gaming in this year is its own category.
Yeah, I almost want to say gaming rather than Outlaws, but Outlaws are just the avatar.
AAA games.
AAA games took it in the shorts this year.
I mean, Concord. Concord is just unbelievable.
Yeah, Veilguard.
But gaming this year might be Marvel's biggest win with Marvel Rivals. The only thing it took to be a success was that a Chinese company didn't make it. It was like, as long as
fucking commies. Damn it.
Well, they made one of the best games this year too, which is Black Myth Wukong, which is a fantastic game.
Mm-hmm.
But Marvel Rivals,
I don't love the fact that these Chinese companies are making these games that are blowing up. But the thing is, they are making games that are made to sell copies or get players, right? Yeah. They're not, and it would be another thing if there was a bunch of fucking communist propaganda in Marvel Rivals or whatever, or in Black Myth Wukong. But they're making games that are made to be bought by.
I know, it's so weird.
I agree with Ryan. There's definitely concerns considering there's a lot more investment that they're putting into the Western gaming right now. I mean, of course, there's the rumors of them buying Ubisoft. You have a lot of CD Projekt Red people that have left and they're getting funding from China as well. So, I mean, there are things to be concerned about.
Mahler,
hold on, there's a gaming company. There's a gaming company called Ubisoft.
The chat.
Yes.
Yeah. But speaking of China,
most of the time I am while I'm playing.
Mahler, please continue.
So number 4, you guys never would have thought this would be on the list. Rings of Power Season 2.
What?
I feel like it's pointless me saying anything about it. You guys have covered it. It's
hey, Empire Magazine has it as number 4 as the best show, the 4th best show of the year.
What crack are they smoking?
Number 3,
highest quality. The highest quality.
Number 3 is a huge shocker to the list. The Acolyte. Classic. It was actually difficult placing those two. I think I could switch them on a moment's notice.
Easily.
Yeah.
The logic for me would be like the Acolyte is killing something that is just long dead, while Rings of Power is like attacking something that is healthy and alive and wants it to leave it alone, like a tumor. It's so it like hurts in a different way and deals damage in a different way. But man, the Acolyte was just so bad, like amazingly bad, shockingly, to the point where you just want another season to see if they'll do it again.
See if they can get worse. And I think they can. I believe in Disney.
I believe in them too. Leslie Headland, you can do this.
If they've proven anything, they can make it worse.
Yeah. See, wouldn't that have been funny? Half her budget and have her do another season just because it would be weird. Shit.
And let us not forget, Kathleen Kennedy cried when she read the script.
Yeah.
The Acolyte.
I could just picture Leslie with a Yoda puppet herself trying to cut costs, like.
and having watched it, like, you don't know where the budget went. There wasn't mega space battles in this thing.
No,
it was mostly on sets.
And half of those were just locations. Maybe it was paying location fees. I don't know.
Maybe it's crack. I don't know.
Just outside.
What else you got?
Number 2 is Joker 2, which could have had slot number 1, but I think you may have figured out what my number 1 would be, Gary, at least. from this. Joker 2 was a huge, enormous disappointment, and as what Disparu said as well. Jesus Christ, I think it might be my number one pick for most nihilistic and hateful of a film I have watched in at least a very long time.
Yes.
I don't say that lightly. Joker 2 was really quite
it's right up there with Velma, with hating its own source material, hating everybody who watches it, hating itself, hating everything.
Yeah.
But I think the worst thing, Velma just hated a group of people. Joker actively hated its own audience.
Yes.
Which I think made it worse for me.
But yes, my number one is going to go to Arcane Season 2. Primarily because of how much I adored Arcane Season 1. That's we're looking at hyper enjoyment to the maximum, and then I switch all the way back down to the opposite pole with the second season. This is going to come as a shock to some people probably in chat. It's like, how can you
is it
possibly
that
play
bad? Is it
well, I've got 30 hours of explaining it if you really want to know. But basically, every character gets annihilated. The entire world's destroyed. All of thematic value is drained and ruined. And to be honest with you, it's not hugely shocking when you have a look at what the creators have said about the process behind season 2 versus 1, and just an attempt to correct the audience on their, bad takes on the show as creators of it. Yeah. There's been a hugely embarrassing sort of stuff. Basically people saying why did you leave this character in the dirt? Why did you do this with them? And his response would just be I thought this scene was actually quite good, as the creator of the show being this scene I liked, and I liked this one too. So I think it's pretty good myself. He also made a claim. Oh fuck! I wish I remembered all of these word for word. But one of his claims was, "We made you feel things with an animated show that you've never felt before." Which is oh, okay.
Anger,
well, resentment.
He was
regret.
Trying to explain how he should be given more, room and patience, considering what great experiences he's provided people with the show.
Something
which
went
is very
to somebody's head.
Oh god, it was horrendous. And they axed several people from their writing team from season 1, and their attitudes for season 2 are unraveled and out of control. They bring in time travel, the multiverse. Fucking destroys everything by the end of the show. Nothing means anything anymore, and it's all gone. And the funny thing is, they did all of this to launch more shows. They're we want Arcane spinoff here, and this and this and this, and new view. It is the way I put it, and this is kind of mean actually in retrospect, but I say it's kind of the Age of Ultron in terms of it's a movie that got destroyed by interests of having it launch off loads of branches to go in different places, but. That's too mean. Age of Ultron's much better than Arcane Season 2. And Arcane Season 2 is very bad on its own anyway. All the attempts they had to create stories and plot lines within the season itself are all fucking shit. But I'm not excited at all about where they're going. And to see the season end and for them to then be hey, there's a fucking $200 skin for the characters of this in the game. Also, we're making a bunch of new shows. We want you to, it's just money. And you're just oh man.
Yeah, piss off.
Biggest problem with making a show today is a well-received season 1 is seen as some sort of mandate. We're instantly popular, we can do whatever the fuck we want. No, back in the old days when you had a successful first season, we got to keep this going. We got to whatever worked, we got to make sure we expand on that a little bit, but stick with what worked instead of going, 50 spinoffs. We can now do what we want because we're God. It doesn't work like that. And that's why there's so many shitty season 2s instead of thinking about it.
I completely forgot Fallout even came out this year. Fuck that show as well.
Yeah.
Somewhere in there.
Yes.
Hey guys, now that the Batman's not coming out till 2027, anybody have any idea how old Robert Pattinson's going to be following up his second year as Batman?
Not a clue. In his 40s.
40 something?
He's going to be 41.
Oh.
So much for that younger year 2 Batman.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah. Jesus.
It's not that much younger than Ben Affleck.
No, it's not.
In BVS.
It's not. I agree with the assessment that it might not come out. I think at this point it might not come out at all.
Shame.
I'll just do my 5 best because I'm going to do a whole video on the top 5 woke Hollywood disaster.
What about Quarter Black?
I already
talked about Quarter Black. I did mine.
Oh, okay.
Thanks for paying attention, Chrissy. But good looking out for Quarter Black because I normally do forget him. But it's normally on purpose.
It's safe to just say that at any point.
Normally on purpose. So I got a whole video coming out. Top 5 woke Hollywood disasters will be out Monday or Tuesday. So I'll just do my best. I'll do my favorite things of the year. House of Dragon is honorable mention for the same reasons. I still enjoyed the hell out of it. It has the best single episode of the entire series. And arguably. I was
going to say, you don't think that, do you? Because the season 1 has Viserys.
It's kind of 1A, 1B with me. But Viserys is king. It missed Viserys. And it you know what? Millie Alcock, it missed her too. It missed the younger versions, and going with these older versions, I was wondering, like, how are people going to react to that? And I mean, there's still people like making Rhaenyra this hero, and I'm just going to warn you all, don't name your children after Rhaenyra. Do not. Do not.
We had a TV show called Footballers' Wives.
And you shouldn't. Like,
there's a lot of reasons you shouldn't.
We had a TV show called Footballers' Wives, where it was literally about people getting married to footballers, and people started calling their children Chardonnay after one of the characters. Like,
wow.
I can't believe that was outpaced by fucking Muhammad.
So honorable mention, definitely House of the Dragon. I'll just go down 5-1. So Shogun was great. FX did pretty good, which is Disney, but it was in production long before Disney took over. But they still did pay for it, so we got to give them credit for that one. Number 4 will be, oh my God, I'm going off the top of my head now, and it's bad. I'm gonna put Landman in there, even though it's not done. Landman is super phenomenal. Enjoyable. Fucking soap opera, Taylor Sheridan soap opera. But I love the hell out of it. And I was talking about it, I think today on my watch party. You know, people are smoking like crazy in TV shows now. For a little while, it went away, but the cigarette has made a big comeback.
It's because they're fucking cool, dude.
Yeah.
It's so fucking
cool.
Billy Bob is fucking ripping a heater almost every scene. And it's just watching him just put out fires, and it's satisfying. You know, there's like a scene where they fuck with his son, and he has a proper fatherly response to fucking with his son, which is good.
Dude, when the mum walks in at the hospital,
and loses her shit, and she even knows it. She's like, I can't go and see him because I'm going to make him feel worse. Dude, that happened to me once. So I had this horrible surgery, and I didn't know what I looked like. I was with my first wife at the time, and she just lost her shit when she saw me. I'm like, well, fucking how bad does it look? And then I looked in the mirror. I'm like, oh my God. It looked pretty bad. I looked pretty bad. But yeah, so Landman, highly recommend it. You know, it's not done yet, so I'm going to throw it in there. Definitely, I got to mention Grand Tour. Grand Tour's 2 specials this year were fucking top notch. Absolutely top notch. That was and the way they ended it was so fucking good. The Gentleman, for sure. The Gentleman and the Penguin are my 2 favorite scripted things this year by far. And it's all on streaming. All the good stuff I saw was on streaming, but definitely, I mean, the Gentleman is fun. It's more fun, but the Penguin is like a little bit better put together. But if you like old Guy Ritchie, like the Gentleman is old Guy Ritchie. Like he doesn't even like even his last movie. Yeah, it's good shit. Mm-hmm. But favorite TV show of the year by far, Clarkson's Farm. Clarkson's Farm is the best show out there right now. It has the best character development of any fucking TV show that's come out, and it's a fucking reality show, you know. And it's wholesome. It's informative. It shows you how fucked up UK politics are. Mm-hmm. I can't wait for the next season. And Jeremy Clarkson's just the best presenter. And you know, the Grand Tour trio are the best presenters ever. Like they're the Beatles of presenters. They will never be equaled. Like people who watched that show didn't give a fuck about cars. They just cared about the chemistry between them. So those are my top. But my favorite thing that I've seen this year of anything is Unification. Star Trek Unification.
Oh yeah.
Star Trek Unification is one of the most beautiful things I've seen in a long time. There's little to no dialogue in it. It was a fan film that wasn't even made on a video that wasn't even public on YouTube. And it was made by Star Trek people. So it's a fan film made by people who actually worked on Star Trek. as a pure passion project, and it is the goodbye to Star Trek I didn't know I needed. Not just a goodbye to Spock or Kirk. It was a goodbye to Star Trek, something I adore. And I'm fine with this goodbye. I'm like, that felt like a good way to say farewell to a franchise that I don't think will ever come back, which is sad. And there's plenty to watch, but it was really well done. It was done with pure passion and love, and it's this little 8-minute video was the favorite thing I've seen this year by far. By far.
Nice.
Clarkson's Farm really shows the need for eye candy in a TV series, because Clarkson's obviously been voted UK's sexiest man twice running. And so I think Hollywood could learn a lot of lessons from Clarkson.
Oh, dude, and it's fucking funny. Like the thing, it's hilarious. When he gets kicked in the balls by a goat, it's funny. You laugh, and then there's gross shit. It's sad. Like this last season with that, lots of roller coasters. The little piggies died. But then Lisa developed this thing that nobody had developed.
Which got built into the product because it was like that good an idea.
Yeah, it was that good that saves the little piglets. Gerald and his cancer. It was up and down, but fucking such a good series. And
I think my favorite was when Caleb went into London. I don't know which series it was, actually, but he went into London trying to sell like the stuff. I'm like, this is overpriced and crap.
Oh, he's selling wasabi, right?
Driving around the roads. He's like, I hate this place. Like, don't we all?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And he had never been there. So, but he also showed like how many fucking permits you need. This is like shit we don't have here yet, but like we have parking permits and everything, but you have the smog tax basically. You have to
the congestion tax.
The congestion tax, yes. That you have to have multiple apps for. So it's not even like one single app. You have multiple apps, and it's just what a fucking nightmare.
The fuck, dude? That's
and
crazy.
It's on American
ended at
comics.
arbitrary points. So there was literally a house where they were in the press because they're like, if we turn left, it costs us 30 quid. If we turn right, it's free. Out of their drive. Because it just ends on their wall.
Wow.
No, but you see shit like he needs to dig a track on his own fucking farm, and the council said no.
Mm-hmm. But that does seem to be specifically because it's him, because they said no one else has ever had a farm track turn down. They just hate you specifically. Because he's in a very wealthy area, and so all the cars on the road, I can imagine all the rich people around complaining to the council that you have ruined our area.
Well,
they wouldn't want to.
That's it. So that's my favorites. We'll very quickly go through this real quick, Garrett. The most anticipated movies of 2025.
Figured we should.
Figured we should.
Okay. This is interesting.
Snow White's on there for different reasons.
Yeah. So I mean, we have our own reasons for being for anticipating stuff like, hey, Rings of Power, if it gets a season 3, great. If Acolyte gets a season 2, great. If they want to make a sequel to the Marvels, Kevin Feige announced they want to make a sequel to Wakanda Forever. They're calling it a Black Panther sequel. I don't know how. But we got Captain African American, February 14th, just a month and a half away, folks.
Wow.
Just a month and a half away. Apparently, this movie is long.
You had Wolfman up there too, right?
Yeah.
That's from Blumhouse.
I saw the trailer.
Universal.
I was like,
I felt like it was Blumhouse. Like
it's Blumhouse.
I think it was Blumhouse.
It's Blumhouse. It's Blumhouse.
Yeah. Blumhouse made it as Universal.
Universal distributing, but
yeah.
The wolf design is throwing me off for that one.
Yeah.
I feel like this is not going to actually be the most anticipated. This is just a list of high,
tentpole stuff.
Yeah, big releases next year. Not actually.
I am actually highly anticipating Captain African American.
What about Paddington?
Paddington, come on, let's go.
Hey, we were just in Peru.
We were just there.
I didn't see Paddington anywhere.
Oh,
look, he's at Machu Picchu.
Just him eating guinea pigs.
Mickey 17.
Looks interesting.
That does look interesting.
Mm-hmm.
That does look interesting. It's kind of like Moon.
That's one where he's like
Moon.
Yeah, like Moon.
Over and over again, right?
Yeah. Snow White. Yeah.
Snow White. Let's go.
Yeah. That's gonna launch
Let's go.
Fucking hell. Ugh.
It looks hideous, man.
You know the worst thing about it though, Shad, it's probably gonna make a lot of money.
Oh, it's fucking gonna make so much money.
That second trailer was, I didn't like it, but that second trailer was a lot better than that fucking first one that came out. Because at least they were showing Minecraft shit in that second one.
Yeah,
that first trailer was a better one.
Remember, folks, it's Survive until 25, so we're getting a lot of shows and a lot of movies that should have actually come out this year that they kicked down the road a little bit. because of the.
Is this a zombie movie or a vampire movie?
Or a gay movie?
Or a gay movie.
So no, I think it's about demons.
Is that what it is? Yeah, they all get stuck in a barn or something.
Trailer.
I want to see a Bros sequel.
Michael B. Jordan's playing 2 people in that movie, I think.
Really?
Thunderbolts.
I was like twins, yeah.
Thunderbolts.
Yay.
Okay. I have heard internally that now. Fair warning. Internally, Marvel was happy with Agatha. All right. Internally, they were happy with Doctor Strange mom, but apparently internally they are very happy about this one, as opposed to Captain African American, where internally they're just going, God, I hope it makes a couple of bucks back.
Well, even if this movie is going to be great, it's going to bomb. No one is interested in the Thunderbolts, and I'm an old school fan of the comic books, and I'm just pissed off.
That would be, yeah. Well, I mean, there's not a ton of those. Okay, just to be fair, but
Not
also
many,
to be fair, there's no Thunderbolts in this picture.
I know. There's none.
There's
and they
none.
could have had Baron Helmut Zemo as Citizen V, and there's some great characters
It's closer.
in the original cast.
It's much closer thematically to Dark Avengers. That's what it's closer to.
It's not the Thunderbolts, and so they're not going to
No.
get any of the small fan
And John
base,
Walker
and no one
did
knows.
nothing wrong. Okay, Mission Impossible: The Final Reckoning.
Really hope this is good.
I hope it's
Well,
good.
I'm excited for it, man.
I mean, it's interesting to put it on anticipated, considering people didn't show up anywhere near enough for Dead Reckoning Part 1.
Yeah, I wasn't that keen on the last movie.
I
That's why
can't.
I
Not really good. Yeah.
I
wish
can't like see this one surving.
I wish they would have
the
called it
budget's too big.
The Death of the Final Reckoning.
That's the
Part
thing, like,
2.
for me, like
Part 2.
it needs to outgross every other. Same thing with the last one. It needs to outgross every other Mission Impossible movie to become profitable, which I just
Not gonna happen.
And I just don't think that that's going to be able to happen. I still think it'd be a solid entry. I still think it'd be really good. But these, remember these movies, because I think they were filming them. I don't know if they filmed them back to back specifically, but I know they're filming them a lot all at the same time. And this is like they had a fucking submarine that sank. I think they were also doing it during COVID as well.
Yep.
Remember Tom Cruise freaking out? There were a lot of overages on both of these.
I still
movies.
completely understand his freak out, by the way.
Yeah.
Me too.
Okay.
I think it's because he really was worried about COVID. I think he was desperately worried about them getting shut the fuck down.
Yeah.
Real quick, I wish Jeremy, a homosexual man, was here, because I remember a couple of years ago, Ryan, 3 years ago, he said that that the Mission Impossible franchise, it was his favorite over Bond. He said it was better than Bond, right? And then it recently came out that Jeremy, the homosexual man, hasn't watched any fucking Bond movies.
I mean, that would explain it.
You watched the Pierce Brosnan James Bond, I believe.
Which, I mean, that's a fair assessment between Mission Impossible.
Yeah, you can't be saying you prefer it over Bond if you haven't seen. Have you not seen anything from Connery's era?
No.
Yeah, if there's 25 movies and you've watched fucking 4 of them, like I don't know if that's a great
ones back. Going back.
I like Mission Impossible. James Bond is a 1,000 times better. A fucking 1,000 times better. Mission Impossible's fine. It's good.
My issue with the last movie is they did an AI storyline that wasn't even as good as Person of Interest. And I'm like, I feel like you should at least be able to match what's come before you and take the good ideas from them.
I thought the last one was yes. Dead
Lilo-
Reckoning Part 1. Which
Lilo's
is that even what it's
dead.
called now? It's called Dead Reckoning now, right?
It's just
Like,
called
not-
Dead Reckoning.
Yeah.
Lilo and
Fallout was
Stitch.
so much better.
Live action.
So live action, see an animated live action.
Oh yeah, my
remake
birthday.
of an animated.
I mean, I like the animated one.
I
but
do too.
Every single live action remake of the animated ones have been terrible.
See, this
except
is
maybe
the point.
one, the Cinderella movie, which is
right,
actually
okay.
better than the
This-
original.
whatever.
But everything else.
This is
Holy
one of the
shit,
Disney
better
movies.
than the original?
This is
Better
one of the
than the
Disney movies I actually saw with my kids. So it was a reason to go. And I'm like, oh, I like this one. This one's good. I like Lilo and Stitch.
I've never
not
seen
bad.
Lilo and Stitch. I thought it looked gay. So.
It's pretty good.
That's the thing. It's gay and fantastic. All right, you gotta get in there.
Hey, John Wick. If
Spinoff.
if Anna de Armas is naked and fighting bad guys throughout the whole thing, best movie of the year.
Ooh.
I think
I
she
will
was the
watch
worst
it.
thing about John Wick 4.
Yeah, I'll watch it. I like Anna de Armas. Her tattoo looks hot in the fucking poster. We'll see.
Yeah, I'll probably end up watching it, but I don't care.
I don't know what that is.
I don't care.
Elio, it's Pixar.
Pixar trash. Live action.
I think that could be very big.
Yeah,
probably. Yeah, probably.
It's the first
Complicated
time
like the Lion
DreamWorks
King.
has done this,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. This could be like.
I just love the animation so much. I still fail to see the reason why, but maybe I'm wrong.
Money.
I think ABBA did a song about it called "Money, Money, Money."
I'm looking forward to that.
Best
20 years later.
trailer in the last decade.
Yes.
Yep.
Single-handedly proving the value of trailers as well.
Yep. Thank you. Especially after watching all the trailers before Nosferatu, where we which two of them had Jack Quaid in it, like two different Jack Quaid movies. Where they showed you the whole fucking movie.
Yep.
I saw the whole movie. How about the one with why am I getting Mr. Robot? Why am I forgetting his Rami Malek?
Rami Malek.
Yeah. They show you the whole fucking movie. Stop
it.
You know, Aaron Taylor Johnson is becoming one of my more liked actors, honestly, and that's surprising. I never really thought the kid from Kick-Ass would end up being such a
bulking up
solid actor. I
don't think he can act very well, but he's got good charisma.
Oh, did you see He's good in Bullet Train.
He's good in Bullet Train. Bullet Train. Yeah,
he was great.
Guys,
Outlaw King. Yeah. Outlaw King. He was phenomenal, and he plays.
I haven't seen that.
He goes psychopath at one moment, and it's full on. It's like, dude.
Yeah, he's.
I need to watch that.
He's pretty good.
Because I saw Kick-Ass and thought he was fine. Like you can't really gauge what range he's got. Then I saw him in Godzilla, and I was like, ooh, he played like generic action man. I was like, uh-oh. But then I saw Bullet Train, and I was like, oh, he's a good actor. Yeah, okay. Like
he has that ability.
It's kind of normal. A lot of actors can play normal people. You need to see him play like something
quirky,
at least to have contrast.
Yeah,
you need so you can see a range. You can see what they're like when they're doing or not doing anything. It's kind of like I think Gary Angel had this problem where people were like, he's a bad actor, and it's like, no, you think that's him being a bad actor, but he's playing a brooding.
It's a brooding
sort of
character.
Emotionless.
Yeah.
When you see him play other things, you're like, oh, I get it now, and you're like, yeah. See, it's characters. And all
I mean,
he's great in
how
films.
how could people forget that Angel can't get happy?
Exactly.
Like if he gets too happy, bad things happen.
And yeah, that's actually a good point. If you see him in Bones, he's completely different.
Yeah.
Steely Booth, right? Yeah.
Well,
yeah, Steely. I don't, and I also don't judge Aaron Taylor Johnson as much for having a hyphenated cuck last name because he got groomed by a 42-year-old woman when he was 18.
Yeah,
they got married when he was very young.
That's weird.
Not his fault.
Yep, hyphenated name. Lame. F1, really expensive movie, but Formula One's very popular around the world. So what do I know?
Wasn't there a movie like that came out this year though about racing? I think that was
Gran Turismo.
Yeah.
Gran Turismo
this year. Damn.
Was that this year?
Oh,
that was last year.
Was that last year?
Wow. So Echo goes back in time, and I've brought something for.
I liked it.
Mithrigan too.
Mithrigan.
Wait, why is it spelled with a 3?
Because Mithrigan.
It's like a robot.
Mithrigan. It's like Fan Forstick.
Wait, has anyone here seen Mithrigan?
Yes,
No.
good.
No.
I liked it a lot.
It was fine. It could have been way scarier than.
I thought they went a little. Soft.
Well, that's the fucking Blumhouse problem. They can't go over the line because they want to get as many audience members as possible. It kind of sucks, actually.
Yeah, exactly. Like it could have definitely been way creepier and way fucking scarier, more gore, and more kills
balls.
and shit. But there's no way that this is one of the most anticipated movies. Like, it's just not.
No.
Yeah, didn't they kill the doll in the last one?
It's a fucking robot, Chrissy.
Yeah,
put it back together.
You never seen Chucky? He comes back every fucking time. This list is just talking point movies.
Yeah.
It's not even
Jurassic. I don't even care. Fucking Jurassic.
Is this
World.
real?
Who gives a shit?
There was like a leaked photo that came out like a week ago of Scarlett Johansson turned into a dinosaur.
I heard
that
it
was AI.
It was
AI. I loved how it got everybody though. They were like, "This is so bad."
Well, this is the thing.
I'm like, there's no way that's fucking real.
I hope it is. I hope it is.
Several of the Jurassic films, different ways to have hybrids. They've like the studios wanted to have hybrids as a storyline for a long time. That's why when I saw it, I was like, "Oh shit, are they actually?" It was like, "No, that's gotta be fake.
It's like the big metal spider, you know. It's like I gotta put it in a movie.
It's like not the most insane thing they could have put out there. It's not. If that
What else do they have?
Honestly, with what we've seen in other franchises, that would be downright normal. Just to be like, yeah, we crossed a human with a raptor. There you go.
Yep.
That's the
Oh,
bad
it's
guy now.
believable. I completely understand people for believing it. Like, dude, it's 2024.
So
They,
is this a
they
sequel
shipped
from the
Sauron and
It's a sequel,
Galadriel. If they shipped fucking Sauron and Galadriel, anything's on the table now. Like absolutely anything.
You're going to see so much more of that kind of dark romance stuff in the future. They are 100% going to double that down. And the more things like Wicked and sort of the villainous stuff and all the 50 Shades of Grey and everything all come out, that will be the audience they go for.
If Scarlett Johansson is a raptor, I just want to see Chris Pratt order her around and like take control. You know what I mean?
Scroll down.
Superman?
I'd say,
That belongs on this list.
This belongs on the list. I think it's the most anticipated movie of the year and the most important to Hollywood for the year.
Avatar is at the end of this list, probably. So I don't know.
Yeah, that's going to make tons of money.
Okay. Yeah, I'm interested in this one.
Yeah, we'll see.
Sure.
There's parts of it that are sound really good, and the fact that like Galactus is going to look like fucking Galactus sounds awesome. What little we're going to see,
Silver Surfer.
what little we're going to see of Doctor Doom, he looks like Doctor Doom, but then Silver Surfer doesn't look like Silver Surfer at all, and Pedro fucking Pascal. Silver Surfer, exactly.
Yeah.
Must have her some hoity-toity dialogue movie.
Untitled
Some dialogue movie.
Hard to be anticipating a movie you don't even.
I don't like Paul Thomas Anderson. It's so
this
very
is
pretentious.
That's actually the title.
that would be funny if it was.
That should be.
That's an announcement that might have made big waves in 98, 2002.
Oh my God.
Freaky Friday again.
Yet another Freaky Friday.
But older.
Now,
Disney isn't desperate at all. No.
No, not the slightest.
Nah, you never would have thought.
Friday's
Lindsay
Lindsay's
Lohan's looking
face.
good again, though. So congratulations to her.
Haven't heard a lot about this one.
I'm kind of interested in this one.
That does look like Maggie Gyllenhaal.
Oh,
Damn.
Michael?
Ooh.
I've heard a lot about that one. That's supposed to be good.
Really?
Are they going to continue the trend of making the singers into animals? So, because they got the one where he's a monkey.
Robbie Williams.
So
I that one fucking.
I'm expecting Michael Jackson.
He wants to do a joke, Brian. Let him do the joke.
Sorry, Chad. Go ahead.
Oh, it's done. Anyway, the Robbie Williams looks awful.
Scroll down.
I'm seeing people because I was like, oh, that looks terrible, and then a lot of people were like, no, actually, it's good. Or I'm not sure if that's people who've seen it. I was just like, what's going on? Is it like a marketing thing, or is it actually good? Is it out yet?
If we get a 4K out of Tron Legacy for this, it'll be worth it.
So going back to the Michael one, like the family of Michael Jackson is very much behind that movie.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
So
All right.
I've heard that it's supposed to be good.
Tron Ares.
Jared Leto.
Nine Inch Nails doing the music.
Interesting.
Not as good as Daft
How
Punk.
about
I think
Tron
Daft Punk's better.
Yeah.
Nicaragua?
Daft Punk are not doing they're not even involved, are they?
No, they broke up.
Yeah, they
know,
retired.
It's
Did
sad.
they break up or they retired?
I think they retired.
Yeah.
Well, they made money. The Black Phone 2. Okay.
Okay.
Blumhouse, keep
Never-
going.
Didn't know there was a
Predator Badlands.
No.
Prey
I
Prayer.
didn't know this was getting a sequel.
Is that an actual
Oh.
sequel with the same character?
Okay, let's
Yes,
see.
and we can't do this. She's got to be killed. The only way that this film will
She must be ended.
Must be good.
Yeah.
No, like I'm someone who tried to defend portions of that film, and I still would. Like, I love the Predator taking on the bear. It's one of my favorite things that happens in the movie. But having her trick the Predator into killing itself was so sad. Like, and her being able to put up with it for so much of the movie. There's lots. So it's like the idea they're going to put her through another full movie, and we're probably going to get more than one Predator for her to fight as well. And I'm just like, please don't do this.
I don't think this is supposed to be the same character. Can you scroll down a little? Director is returning to the world of Predator with Predator Badlands. While plot details remain vague, Elle Fanning is in talks to star. That's not Elle Fanning.
Is that not her? I thought there was two different Predator ideas that they were going for, and I could have sworn they said they wanted a sequel starring her for Prey. Because doesn't Prey end on like a cliffhanger somewhat, or at least a bait for the sequel?
can't remember.
I'm trying to remember.
Is it going to be some fucking?
It's gonna be a girl on the prairie.
Girl on the prairie.
That's with her family, and the predator's gonna show up, and her
Laura
dad's gonna be like, "I'm
Ingalls
gonna go
Wilder.
get him," and he dies.
It's little predator on the prairie. That's what it is.
Yes, exactly. That's what it sounds like it's gonna be.
The story of Prey was so stupid though, because she's like, no one's gonna stop me being a hunter. It's like nobody's stopping you being a hunter. Then she walks back in with the predator's head and like, see, I can be a hunter. Like nobody said you couldn't be. They just said maybe you want to do something else.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. For the record, there's 2 Predator movies that are on the way apparently.
Oh my God.
One from Dan Trachtenberg and then another one scheduled for 2025. Isn't this one scheduled for 2020? Okay. Well, in any case, stuff is happening for Predator.
And they're being released in the theater.
They probably should have released Prey in the theater. I think they ended up regretting that, right, with what happened with Alien.
Yep.
Romulus.
Yeah.
So yeah.
There you go. Scroll down. I don't know about this.
Next movie, Baloney.
Baloney.
What's Baloney?
Oh boy.
Wicked, another Wicked.
That's gonna be really big. That's gonna do well.
Scroll down.
Running Man.
Hang on, is this a remake of the original? Like,
Yes.
is
Is this not Edgar Wright is directing this? Is that right?
Mm,
Does it say?
Yeah,
Edgar Wright.
Edgar Wright.
Yeah.
Ah.
That is.
King wrote.
I'm a huge fan of Edgar Wright.
So am I.
So, there's a chance. I mean, I love the original Running Man. So this is like a thing of don't go anywhere near it. But if someone's going near it who actually fucking likes the story, and think of what you can do with a modern version of the story of Running Man if it's not shit. There's so much to make fun of in terms of how our world works.
and Edgar Wright. I'm in for Edgar Wright.
We got so robbed not getting an Edgar Wright fucking Ant-Man.
Oh, dude.
Yes, we did. I feel like his career just disappeared somewhat.
What the heck?
It's not that he hasn't made anything. It's just think of the impact like the Cornetto trilogy had compared to nobody talks about Last Night in Soho
or Baby Driver.
Nobody really talks about Baby Driver either. Yeah,
it's good.
Good. Scroll.
I love that. Yeah,
that's what I mean. There's things about a lot of the stuff that he's made, but I'm just like, where did you go, man? You should have been making like a film per year. You were fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
I love his
editing.
editing.
They should have called this Two-topia.
Or
some furry stuff.
Furry-topia. That's what.
Do you guys hear
some
about
what
what came out about Zootopia? How they rewrote the entire film to make it more progressive and stuff. You didn't see the guy?
No.
It was
they rewrote the original.
The fox was going to be the main character, and the script was really good. And whoever was at the head saying, "Yeah, this is really good." Rewrite the whole thing, make the rabbit the main character, and yep.
I never heard of that. Yeah,
shocking. Continue.
Makes sense.
Five Nights at Freddy's. Avatar.
Avatar.
Will make $4 billion.
What are we gonna have sex with this time?
And nobody will be able to recite the plot.
$4 trillion.
And nobody will remember this. You know what? It isn't really a movie. We all get into the movie theater, then we get hypnotized by James Cameron, who's all, I got 5 ex-wives to feed.
I don't understand how the last one did so well, but okay.
I don't understand why the first one did so well.
The run-up, everyone was like, "Is this gonna flop or is it gonna do really well?" I have no fucking clue.
And then, if you remember, that had a lot to do with the reported budget. Because remember, there was basically it was something that James Cameron said. James Cameron effectively said that it was. He said that it had to be the biggest movie of all time to break even or something like that. Remember? And then he kind of went back on that. He's like, no, that's not exactly true. It has to be more on the realm of like the 9th or 10th biggest movie ever to break even, which obviously changed things. If you're telling us that it needed to make $3 billion $3 billion to break even, then it's certainly you're worried about it being a flop.
Yeah. Now we're talking.
Okay. SpongeBob movie. Another one.
That's the Nosferatu sequel.
There you go.
Okay.
Nosferatu.
And that's
it. That's it.
That's all of them.
All right.
So
glad we saw those.
What do you think's gonna be the best movie of the year?
It's gonna be Wicked
Avatar.
2.
SpongeBob.
Not the best. That's gonna be the biggest. I reckon Wicked 2 will be the biggest.
Avatar's gonna be way bigger than Wicked 2.
You reckon? Yeah.
Avatar's gonna.
I don't understand Avatar.
Avatar will be the biggest movie.
Nobody does, man.
understands
Nobody does.
Yeah.
I think there's several movies on that list will be bigger than Wicked 2.
Before we get
not that it won't be a success, but again,
Like
you know,
SpongeBob.
We could cross. Well, once we factor in international, it'll probably be somewhere in like the 650 realm this weekend, which is successful, but it's not like
okay.
Like that never had a shot of being $1 billion movie just because of that international. It's huge domestically.
Huge.
But when I say domestic, I mean for us, not for you fucking foreigners.
If you could see any movie on that list right now, what would it be?
Mission Impossible.
Freaky Friday 2.
I think it'd be super bad for me. I want to know. You know? I want to
know.
know.
I'm dreading Superman, to be honest with you. I really am. Creature Commandos is horrible.
I want to know if it's gonna have even the chance to be the film it needs to be.
All right. Well, box office predictions for Superman. Let's do it.
That is this not dependent on how good it is though? It super is, right? Like
it does.
I'm still gonna make a prediction. Fuck it. It's gonna be
billion.
wrong.
No, yeah.
I say 700 to 800 million.
900. Almost $1 billion.
$1.
I think I'm gonna set my expectations.
As much as you want under, but not a penny over.
I'm going to set my expectations low because I don't want to be disappointed. I think it's going to be a train wreck. I hope it's going to be good, but from the track record and my concerns from the trailer, like it's going to be a disaster.
Trailer had a lot of hype. I'm
gonna say
it had a lot of discussion. A lot of people did not like that trailer.
Discussion is engagement.
Yeah, but that's this is always translate to box office.
That's true.
No, but that was not a hold on. There was a lot of discussion surrounding it, but it was not really all that divisive from a normal audience. This was not a trailer that got, oh my gosh, it only got liked by 2/3 of it had like fucking 1 million likes or like 1.1 million likes to 60,000 downvotes or something at one point. So the vast majority of people that saw it, they liked what they saw.
Yep.
Even though we obviously got into a lot of minutia about what exactly this means and that means and that means, the mass amount of people were like, hey, this looks cool.
That's the reality we need to face, or other people need to face, is there are Acolyte fans. There are Rings of Power fans. There are Snyder Cut fans. There's just not enough. That's just not enough. The vast majority of people who watched what Ryan just said, like it's a very well-received trailer. Despite
Gary, you know what else there's apparently not enough fans of? Fucking Mission Impossible.
Mission Impossible. You're right. You're right.
Mm-hmm.
You're right.
Well, Mission Impossible Fallout, that's the thing. You can't make a movie, and we said this about the first. You can't make a movie with a $290 million budget, whatever the fuck it is, if the highest grossing movie that you've had, and you've had 6 entries of this, so it's been a long period of time, is Fallout, which did 700 million, I think.
Yeah, 700 million.
Yep. You know, that's not a smart move, and I do think a lot of that was due to fucking overages and problems they had during COVID and all of that shit. But whatever happened aside, that is a recipe for failure. You know, it just is. Mission Impossible: Dead Reckoning Part 1 made around $600 million worldwide box office.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
If you spend $150 million, $180 million on it, that's a success. If you spend 250 plus, it's not.
It's not. All right, we're gonna get to soups. I should have mentioned this in the beginning, so my humble apologies. We're on holiday hours today. We all got family in town. I got family in town. So we're going to do the soups. So no Rumble bonus hour, but we're going to get right into the soups. We'll make it up next week or week after Rumble. We'll make it up. But let's get to the soups. By the way, I say Superman, $700 million. 750.
Lock it in, yay.
Lock it in. I could be completely wrong.
So it makes less than Guardians of the Galaxy 3?
Yeah.
I think the interest level of a new franchise starting, I know not everybody, the normies aren't fully invested in knowing what's new and what's not, but I think that will factor into people showing up day one and being like, what's going on? How's this going to start?
You can lock in my box office predictions. I said Avatar wasn't going to make $1 billion the second one. And I said that the Marvels was going to make 500 or 600 million. So you could just lock in my box office predictions.
Well, what if we knew for certainty it is the greatest it could be? Like it's a 10 out of 10 film.
Oh,
what do you think the box office
billion easy.
Billion.
If it's good, that's
yeah. I predict it's going to be pretty good. I think it'll be like a 7 out of 10 movie, which is they need a 10 out of 10.
I'm expecting mixed. I think there's going to be stuff in there that's like, hey, it's good they did that, but oh my god, did you not hate the plot where Lex had to shoot the dog or some bullshit? It's going to be,
He's definitely going to try and shoot the dog.
Yeah, get that gun, man.
I think I'm expecting a 5 out of 10. I'm hoping it'll be good, but I've got low expectations.
I think that their threshold for success, well, one, if it's fucking profitable, right? And we know that $363 million number budget is out there that James Gunn's denied over and over again. That's on official paperwork filed by Warner Brothers. So unless he's alleging they committed tax fraud, I don't know if he really wants to stick to that plan. But put that aside for a second, the fact that this thing reportedly needs to make $1 billion to break even. I think that the perception of it, if it makes more than the Batman does, I think you could look at, okay, success. If it makes less, I think they're going to be in trouble, like from a PR standpoint.
Yeah, if it comes out and makes like 500 million, you'd have to question they're going to follow that up with Supergirl. And you'll see a fucking Batman movie fast-tracked faster than The Flash.
A speeding bullet.
Yeah, faster than a speeding bullet.
Oh, man, could you imagine if that's what's happened? Like the results of Superman are going to decide the future of Reeves' Batman. It's like a leverage thing.
They 100% are.
It's like Black Adam all over again.
Yep, they 100% are. Everything DC relies on this fucking movie. It'll hit the comics. Like as a brand, everything is relying on this movie because this is Superman. Yeah. This is the OG. If you can't get that fucking right, then what are we doing? What are we doing? Come on. Make some money. It's accurate.
Make money.
Not Another Dime is gifted 10 Nerdrotic memberships for Fitty. Thank you, sir. A hell of a lot of dimes. This guy, thank you. And you will get to see Clarkson's Farm Watch Party. We're going to continue that because it's just fun. This guy for 50 Canadian pesos. Thank you. Last 2024 FNT with Mahler. Let's fucking go. Thank you for another great year of commentary, laughs, and all the entertainment, especially Perry for all the amazing work he's done throughout the year. Yeah, hail Perry Chan. Let's give a little round of applause for Terry Gilliam of FNT, Perry Chan, who's hard at work on our next video. Has been just chopping. I think it's gonna be 40 minutes.
Working away, dude. It's great.
Trying to make it 30, but I think it's gonna be 40. A little long.
I mean, epic.
That's my fault. This guy for 50 Canadian pesos. Thank you. Also, special shout out to Ryan and his forehead. Sure, it's enough real estate to build a subdivision on, and it can double as a billboard on the side of the highway. But his humor is awesome. If it got any darker, police would start shooting at it.
Oh, wow. It's the Netflix adaptation.
Looks like me and Halle Bailey's baby.
Noons for 184 Arab Emirate pesos. Thank you. I just landed back home, and I'm earlier than Gary. Hope everyone had a good Christmas. Love to the chat and love to the fellowship. Hail the fellowship. Hope you had a great Christmas. That was fun. You know what I got today for a Christmas present?
What's that?
A refrigerator.
Ooh.
Nice.
Is it running?
We didn't.
Was it?
Is it running?
Yeah. Because the last
you
one
better
wasn't.
Go catch it.
Because the last one wasn't running. It stopped running. We lost our freezer. You know,
we didn't mention.
It happened to me this year too.
I was genuinely curious. I think was it Ryan and Gary? You both said you watched Carry On.
Yeah. Yes.
What did you think?
It was good. It could have, like, from the trailer, I was expecting a little more out of it, but I thought it was good for just a random movie you can turn on streaming. That's a movie I would have watched on TNT, like anytime it came on, 20 years ago. Mm. So
I thought it's a redraft away from recommending it. I think there's so many little things, and like, man, Jason Bateman's really fun.
He's good.
A bad guy.
I think Jason Bateman is. I really like him in a lot of things, whether it's a comedy, whether it's something serious. I like the fact that he was like a cold, calculating bad dude in this, but also there's a lot of wit and humor behind what he was saying.
I was enjoying the fact that he was picking on his psychology. I liked how much information he had access to. They had everything under control. They had contingencies. Like, this is all good. But let's be honest, they had defeated by being retarded throughout like more than half the movie. It was kind of hard to watch at certain points in terms of just the fucking holes in the way that they can't control the situation when it would have been fucking easy, as far as I was concerned anyway. Just too much was left to just insane coincidences and shit. But hey, you know,
a lot of it's predicated. A lot of it's predicated on, hey, this is the way this has to happen on this flight with this person. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Which that is a crutch, obviously, to make all these. Why does this have to be done in this crazy ass way?
Also, to remain spoiler free, of course, but how it ends, I was like, oh shit.
That was like, what?
You mean in the
seal, huh?
Yes, the like pneumatic sealed thing.
Yeah, they sealed all the nerve gas that would have killed everybody anyway. Like, really? Do you feel safe?
Correct me if I'm wrong.
I've never been in the bottom of a plane.
Yeah,
so I don't know what that is.
Roomy, awfully roomy in there.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what that thing was, or if those exist on planes or not.
So it was set during the holidays at LAX. LAX is fucking hell. It's hell. Absolutely
LAX.
LAX. Mm-hmm. But there's a point where they all understand it's a terrorist attack, and they're like, we're only closing this gate out. It's Christmas weekend. We're not shutting down the air. Bull fucking shit. There's a nerve gas. You evacuate the entire fucking... And then they're letting cops like just flash their badge and run past security. And they're like, cool, dude. It's like, get the fuck out of here. None of that would happen.
When they when he says I need a message from Homeland, I was like, no, you fucking don't. This is this thing could wipe out everybody at the airport. Like, what do you mean?
It was...
It's also like you screw over your best friend with alcohol, and he just kind of walks off and takes it. It's like, oh, I understand why you did it, but I didn't agree with it. It's like, there's tests for this kind of stuff. There were a lot of problems. I would have cut out the detective part. I just wanted to see him versus the villain.
Yeah, how to cut it out.
But I love the nonchalance of the villain. Like, there's a bit underground where he's like, I was really rooting for you, bud, but unfortunately I had to end like this. I just wish... I enjoyed the conversations. I just wish there was a bit more depth to it, because we kind of talked about stuff that didn't really mean that much, but they were acting as if it did. If they tightened that up and cut out the detective bit, I would have really liked it.
See, I was just gonna say quick, his performance is so much fun in it. Like when he first sees
they carried the movie.
to the thing, and he shoots at him, and he's like, oh fuck, and I think he like damages the phone over, and he's like on the receiver, you know, hey man, I hope you're okay.
If it was just Taron Egerton and Jason Bateman trying to like outsmart each other,
yes,
and they did shut down the airport, it would have been really fucking good. It would have been. It's very Die Hard-esque. That's what it tries to be.
It is, but like
it's Die Hard in phone booth.
There's part, it's Die Hard in phone. Die Hard 2 in phone booth.
Die Hard 2,
but it's like. I thought when I saw the trailer, it was going to be like Taron Egerton goes like full John McClane, which would be a little bit far-fetched, really.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't really have any of that training or anything like that.
Yeah.
And so at one point is like, I'm kind of glad that didn't happen, right? Like the stuff he's doing for the most part, I think is like fairly believable that this random guy in this situation would do something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But on the other hand, I almost kind of would have liked to see it also just fucking throw everything out the window and just be like crazy gunfight.
How about that?
As well.
How about that ghost gun that had like 75 rounds in it? It's like there was a lot of rounds in that.
You knew it was gonna fucking blow up at some point.
Dude, what he said,
dude,
tried to warn him. If you shoot it X amount of times, it explodes. I was like,
I know.
That's a
but you know, my brother-in-law was having a conniption. He's like, "How many fucking rounds are in this thing?" We started counting, and it's like 20. You know, it's like.
But I like that even when the guy's got the gun on him, he still turned around and went, yeah, bro, you need to stop firing that because otherwise, and then he shoots him again, so he's like, well, you're on your own kind of now.
Well, yeah.
He
didn't want that guy to die, like.
Yeah,
exactly. Well, that was the thing. I thought in the current age, compared to the things that we've had this year, I thought it was a decent movie.
Yeah,
but it was a movie that you would have had every week, like 15 years ago. But it was a bit of a return to those kind of things. Like, it was just nice. And I know this seems really basic, but it was nice just to have a guy who's like, literally, his wife wants him to be better. She wants him to get a better job, and he wants to be better for her. So he puts more effort. That screws him over. And then he actually like, no, I've actually done something worthwhile. And you saw that arc of just a traditional family.
Yes.
You don't even get that in movies anymore.
It's like a good streaming movie. Yes.
One redraft, and I feel like that movie would be right on track. It just needs to streamline a couple things. Like was mentioned, lose the detective. She's fucking, it's just fat in the story. You don't need it. and focus on those two. Yeah, and probably take a bit more inspiration from something like a Die Hard in terms of pacing and different set pieces you can create. Because I didn't know what it was about, so when it got to the earpiece and everything, I was like, oh, this is fun. I was like, this okay. Yeah,
Jason Bateman was so good in it. He was fucking.
He was the
good
best part, I would say. He's almost worth seeing it for, just to see him be the bad guy.
Have you seen Ozark, Mahler?
No, but I know he's in it.
You got to watch it.
Yeah, it's a good series.
Cynical Drunkard for $49.99. It's Merry Christmas, y'all. Shad is obsessed with Twilight. Doesn't think Die Hard is a Christmas movie. Is stubborn and refuses to listen to logic. Only explanation is that he is a woman trapped in a man's body. See, Gary, transmission people do exist. Oh, you're right.
I take affront to that. I'm not obsessed with Twilight.
Just like, you are.
There you are. Oh,
have you been convinced yet on the Die Hard front? Or are you still holding out on that?
Disparu.
The arguments have
That's perfect.
You want
he wants. I just saw that. He wants to suck your tits.
He wants to suck your
want to suck your titties.
You're like, why are you guys just laughing? It's just a Photoshop.
Because it's fun. This is Ryan. This is what you call humor. These are things that people find that happy people find funny. Okay.
Well, no, it is. I feel like our laughter was disproportional to if this had just been a Photoshop of Disparu.
No,
you gotta add the caption.
I didn't notice the tits part. Yeah, if it was just that, but I was laughing at the titty part. So. I like life, unlike Ryan. So,
I love to laugh.
I like to laugh.
I performatively laugh so other people understand that I think it's humorous. If I were by myself, I would not be laughing.
He's reading out of the How to Be Human book, but
yes, he is.
Mark Zuckerberg sold it to
me. Where's my fucking gordita? Yes.
That is me.
That is. Tom Roberts for 50. Holy shit. Finally have a Friday night off to catch the show live. All right. I'm sitting back playing some Hell Divers and hanging out with the Bush beer. Oh, that's a beer. That's right. Kids should go to school and kids should go to school, trade school. God,
trade school.
Yes, you should go to trade school, but also go to school to learn how to read, unlike me. And long live the fellowship. Hooah! Let's go to primary school, right? Get that stuff done. Maybe a private one, maybe homeschooling. I wouldn't have some little comedy.
You don't need reading. That's how they trick you into learning stuff.
Yeah.
The one guy, I know shit, right?
Hey, Gary, have you ever heard? I know this was written around the time you were born, but have you ever heard of the Odyssey?
I have heard. I remember a time before the Odyssey came out. Okay, I was. The events of the Odyssey. I was there. Okay,
the Odyssey is a cheap ripoff.
It's an autobiography.
Right. Some of the
none of the facts are right
on that with like the people that didn't know what it was, or like that Soups dude that fucking.
Oh my fucking god, dude!
Him like having to Google it to figure out what it was,
Jesus
and then be
Christ.
like, "Holy shit, this was so cool!"
Like, googling the Odyssey and then going like, "It's some kind of old story." Oh my god!
And then there were a bunch of other people, specifically some British people, that were upset because like Americans think that just because they know about something, every country in the world should. I'm like, the traditional American tale, the Odyssey.
The Odyssey.
Like Jesus Christ.
There were weird arguments about that though, of Americans going, everybody should know this, and then a lot of other people going, of course I know this, I learned about it in school. It's like that was kind of his point. There were a lot of crossed arguments around that topic of people contradicting each other. Like, did you know it because you learned it in school, or is everybody supposed to know it? Not everyone has the same base of knowledge.
I don't think we ever like read or specifically went over the Odyssey in school. But I know what it is because I'm not a fucking illiterate motherfucking piece of shit retard.
I read it on my own. Oh my god.
I was trying to be like really fair about this. I was like, okay, you don't have to have read it, you don't have to really know what it's about, even a fucking Wikipedia synopsis, fine. But you must have heard of this.
Everyone
How could you possibly not?
There's
and then
cartoons. There's cartoons it's based on, like children's cartoons that are based on it. Apocalypse Now loosely based on the book that Apocalypse Now comes on, is loosely based on it. Oh Brother, Where Art Thou is a version of it. Like you're gonna hear about it at some point.
It's in the zeitgeist.
Or Brother, Where Art Thou is based off the Iliad, not the Odyssey.
Iliad, sorry, Iliad. Yeah. My bad.
No,
my bad. But you would hear about the Odyssey, the Iliad and the Odyssey, right? And like I love that Nolan's doing this.
The Odyssey,
and he's
I got them flipped.
Yeah. So and then it's gonna be he's gonna lean into the supposedly the fantastical elements of it, and it's not gonna be like super grounded like Troy, which I love. I fucking
Troy.
I am there.
Which makes more sense for that book.
Take my fucking money.
Sean Bean should be Odysseus, to be honest.
Yeah.
But
did anybody watch The Return? It had Voldemort was playing. He played Odysseus. Yeah.
Rafe
Fiennes.
It's this
and he's like ripped as shit too. It's crazy.
There you go.
But I want to see it.
But
you're not talking about
I am.
Red Dragon.
I'm
Was
completely.
Matt Damon's going to be Odysseus, right?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not Tom Holland.
Well, dude, I'll be honest with you. When they said Tom Holland, is Zendaya going to be in it as well?
Yeah, she is.
Oh, God.
Why? Like,
yeah.
Okay, let's just say Nolan doesn't have the best record of picking female directors. I mean, some of them turn into dudes eventually. So, I mean, female actors. So,
I think that it was announced months ago that Tom Holland and Zendaya were going to have small parts in whatever Christopher Nolan was doing next. At that point, we didn't know. We just heard it was going to be some sort of historical.
Like the reports are giving them top billing. Like they're mentioning them before Matt Damon.
Because Matt Damon's not a movie star.
Matt Damon.
That one guy, be a Cyclops.
That one guy for Fitty. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to the Fellowship. Gary, did you ever read Batman versus Predator comics 3 parts? Yes, absolutely. Yes. Would love to know your thoughts. Thank you for all you do, and I can't wait to see what 2025 brings. Buy them. They're fucking great. Simon, what Bisley does at least a couple covers. One cover, going off memory. I love them. I loved them when it came out. The Predator comics, the Alien and Predator comics from Dark Horse back in the day were fucking awesome. And all they need to do is adapt them, and they would make great movies or streaming series or whatever.
No, we need them to quote the other movies badly over and over again.
But as far as that kind of crossover, that's my favorite type of crossover in that sense of like Superman versus Aliens is pretty good too. But I like Batman and Predator. That's my favorite.
Superman versus I feel like Superman's got it in the bag, dude.
That's a good story. You should read it.
Unless they have kryptonite blood in that vision.
It's true. He could just mow through them.
Clint Lormond for Fitty. Hey, nerds, Gary. I think it was your recommendation that I watch Hell on Wheels. Yes. And it was one of the best series I've ever seen. I love to see some of y'all cover it sometime. Maul or you especially. P.S. Loved EFAP's coverage of Penguin.
Yay. I'm glad you did.
Hell on Wheels is magnificent.
It is.
It's not as good as Deadwood.
That show.
And they both kind of like have tail off ending, but like as far as episodic and getting the West right, they're both fucking great. Go watch them.
Yeah, they kind of botched the 3rd season though, because apparently they got a lot of pressure because they didn't have the Chinese involved, which was obviously a different part of the country.
Yep.
So yeah, that's how season 3 unfolded, was because of
and it kind of screwed over the series. Yeah, it kind of screwed over the series and made it. But Anson Mount. Fucking retard, fantastic. But he's great in it. He's great in it.
He's badass in that show.
Yeah.
Duke Devil 95 has gifted 20 Nerdrotic memberships for $100. Thank you. Cheers. Duke Devil. Happy New Year, brother. Jamie 8719 for Fitty says, "Hey, love listening to the show. My son was born in the early hours of Christmas morning after 56 hours of labor." More applause. I know you were just in the waiting room, like eating pizza, but your wife, you can use the royal we, except for that. And they won't let you forget it, believe me. Or the kid. Hail the fellowship. Hail my amazing wife, and hail my newborn son. Is it Killian?
Aww.
Killian?
I think so. Killian.
Nice.
Cool name.
Cool name. Congrats, brother. Long last name. has gifted 10 Rumble subscriptions for 50. Hail! Rumble! We're dual streaming on Rumble, as always. Null Unit 60, 4 parts for $40. Says, Sister Bridget by the stair, a glass of wine, and she's almost there. Cousin Jimmy at the floor, another beer, and he's on the floor. Cousin Jimmy on the door, another beer, he's on the floor. I can do that. See, I don't need beer. I'm fucked up anyway. Friends and neighbors come around, waste no time. We're heaven bound. I got to scroll up a little bit, excuse me. But not before we raise a glass to good camaraderie. Stinky Joe from down the street fell right over his own 3 feet. He doubled up in the outside loo. Oh, the loo. I almost said that wrong. To taste again the devil's brew. Friends and neighbors come around, waste no time. We're heaven bound, but not before we raise a glass to good camaraderie. So make yourselves jolly under the mistletoe, holly and ivy. Get to it and be in good cheer. And when it's all over, Pig's gonna to what? Pig's gone to Clover. What is Pig's gone to Clover?
I don't know.
Well, the last man party wish me a happy new year. Happy New Year. Pig's gone to Clover. Don't know what that means. Cheers. Thank you. Thank you. You know what else today is, guys? It's the 27th of December.
Is it a sober anniversary?
I share one with Lila Hart.
Yes, I remember that.
Yes. 11 years.
Congratulations.
Wow. 11 years. Thank you very much. Thank you. 11 years sober today.
I went 11 days the other day and almost fucking died.
Well, obviously, I quit because I wasn't good at drinking, Ryan. Which is a fact. I failed at it completely.
You failed at it. Yeah. It was a test and you failed, Gary.
I did. The Wolf Rant, 6 parts for $60. Oh boy. It says part 1, Shad. You want Shad to read this?
Yeah, I'm just popping them all in the private chat for Shad to read.
All right. Shad has to read this.
There, it's all there.
All right, you're about to embark upon the great crusade towards which we have striven these many months. The eyes of the world are upon you. The hopes and prayers of Vegemite-loving people everywhere march with you, in company with our brave retards and spurgs on other fronts. You will bring about the destruction of the avian war machine. Oh, I'm liking where this is going. And the elimination of the emu tyranny over the oppressed people of Australia and security for ourselves and feather-free world. A feather-free world, indeed.
You're not channeling Winston Churchill. You need to do this.
All right. Your task will not be an easy... I can't do it. Your task will not be an easy one. Birds, really?
The first 2 words were great.
It was like perfect.
It drew me in.
Yeah.
You're like, your task. And I was like, oh, whoa.
You want me to try it?
Just keep going. Yeah.
All right. Your task will not be an easy one. The birds have been well trained, well equipped, and battle hardened. We will fight savagely. But I have full confidence in your dedication, devotion to duty, and skill in memerage, for we will accept nothing less than full victory. Good luck, and let us beseech the blessings of the Almighty Don on this great and noble undertaking. Hail FNT.
Beautiful. We needed music behind that. That was
yeah.
My favorite part was Shad. Oh.
I wasn't supposed to read that part.
I love how much the Don has survived. He's just a victim of Captain Marvel, but
he is
just
he lives on in all of us.
Yes.
You should have had a cameo in the Marvels, to be honest.
That's why it failed. There's direct correlation there.
If the Don would have been in it, it would have made its money back.
It would have made $2 billion if he was.
It made $1 billion fucking dollars, bro.
Australian actor, I believe.
Chrissy's baby has to suck on her tits. That's why she left. So.
Chrissy's baby's pulling the Disparu.
Turd Ferguson for $100. A late entry for worst of 2024 is season 3 of What If. Quietly releasing an episode a day this week, I remember. Agatha goes to Hollywood with Howard Stark, Avenger Kaiju Hunter, Howard the Duck hooking up with Darcy and having a baby and making a superhero.
That's some weird fetish shit,
man.
Yeah.
Like, yes. I don't like the What If show, of course, but just, imagine the potential if you actually gave a shit.
Oh, dude, the comic was awesome. The show is always like, what if Star-Lord was Black Panther, and what if
everybody
was a girl,
and he solved all of crime,
and he solved all the problems. There's no conflict.
Thanos couldn't fight him. He was convinced that he was too good. He was like, "Oh, you're too good. No, I can't do that." What? Ugh, fuck, it's so terrible.
I don't know why, but I'm thinking of the X-Files, because they can't make this show today, and Ryan Coogler's making it. Remember, the smoking man killed Martin Luther King. But he regretted it. He's a good man. I hated that he did it, but he started all that commie talk, and I had to shoot him. Fucking X-Files, dude. Thank you for your service.
That's the CIA.
Forehead. Yes. Well, he mentions Maoist. He's like listening to one of his speeches, and he goes, "Oh, why did you have to sound like that?" So I really like that guy. Now I got to kill him. But he also killed John F. Kennedy too. Mr. Blue Sky. That's a good ELO song, by the way. I love that song.
CIA.
Yeah. $49.99 is FNT. First time super channel here. Hope you all had a nice Christmas. I did, and I still am. And you have a happy new year. Just got out of Nosferatu. Loved it. Agree. Best movie of the year for Shad. The final act takes place on Christmas. Thus, a Christmas movie. Hail. It does. It does. That's a fact.
It's so funny. No one holds the same standard to any other genre. It's just, anyway.
The thing that blows me away is Bill Skarsgård is a versatile actor. Like, he gets lost in that role. I mean, it's just like, he's so fucking good. And then you think about The Crow, and you're like, God damn.
Yeah, I know. It's an awful film.
Yeah. Enoch Maman reviews and rants for Fitty. Just love Nosferatu, my favorite film of 2024, mine too. Too bad Universal can't make films like this anymore. I know. Instead, they made Dracula Untold, which I watched. I watched all the Dark Universe movies.
Mm-hmm. Why?
Because I like the Universal monsters, and then
that's
Hope.
They are those.
It was hopeless.
And then they
what do you
weren't
think of
in
Russell Crowe's Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde?
I laughed out loud funny. It was fucking so bad. Poor.
This is the Tom Cruise Mummy movie, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because he was going to bring them all together, I think, right? I can't remember anymore.
I wanted those to be so fucking good, man.
I did too. They had a good dude. Johnny Depp. They didn't get around to Johnny Depp. Remember that?
He's going to be the Mummy, right?
Yeah. No, he was going to be the Invisible.
He was going to be.
Invisible
Man.
Invisible Man. Yeah.
Because the Mummy was Tom Cruise.
Javier Bardem was there too, right?
But it was Tom Cruise in the movie. Yeah.
Who is Javier going to be?
He's going to be the Wolfman.
Wolfman.
Yeah.
That would have been badass.
That would have been cool.
There's a universe where it worked and it was amazing, but we didn't get that one.
But it wasn't this one.
Wasn't this?
It was the Dark Universe.
That's the same universe that had Dracula Untold in it. Or was that Dracula Untold was 2000?
Dracula Untold was their first attempt, and I think the Mummy was like their second
launch. Yeah,
second first attempt. Yes.
Do you remember Charles Dance is in Dracula Untold? He's supposed to be like the Nick Fury.
Yep.
But he's like I'm building together a team of creepy monsters or something.
Was it in Van Helsing that they showed like that one version of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde? You know what I'm talking about?
Was it League of Extraordinary
Gentlemen? It was the open of Van Helsing.
Right, yeah. Van Helsing.
Beginning of Van Helsing.
Where he takes him out.
He killed him, right?
Oh, yeah.
That's straight up killed him.
Love that movie.
What I call
trash, but I love it.
Untold. So Dracula Untold, the Dark Universe, and what I call Domestic Violence Cinematic Universe, DVCU, with Invisible Man and Wolfman. Yeah, they can't get it right when they just need to lean into the universal of it all. They want to modernize it and make them action movies. They're horror movies. They should all be rated R.
And they should be lower budget.
And they should all be period pieces.
Mm-hmm.
They should not take place in modern times. Yeah. Retro Meister, 2 parts for Fitty. Merry Christmas, FNT, and Happy New Year ahead. I believe that the only movie Disney has to fall back on after Captain African American and Snow White will be Lilo and Stitch live action movie along with Stitch merch to stay afloat. I think it'll probably do well. You never know.
Look, Zootopia 2.
Yeah, that's going to do well too.
Yeah.
Probably going to do well. The next Toy Story.
That's going to do
I don't
well.
know if that's supposed to be coming next year or whatever. Like,
I love
listen, they have tried a lot of things that have not worked. And so now they're all right, let's just go back to the thing. Let's just crank out the same old shit.
Incredibles 3.
Oh no.
They do Wall-E 2. I'm gonna burn something.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wall-E 2, what everyone's fat and trans. How about that?
There you go. Second part is also Jeff Fowler has more respect and integrity compared to those like KK and Alex Kurtzman when it comes to listening to an audience and fan feedbacks with Sonic 3, of course, which is why Disney stranglehold over the theaters pushed out by Sonic 3's success. Hail Sonic 3, by the way.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. It was a good family movie, so if you have some kids, go take them. It was a good time.
Made Krista Nova very happy. That's good. The Meister returns for 100. Well, thanks for a great year, guys. I finally published my first novel. There you go.
Nice.
Kurosil. It's hyphenated. The Book of Humans, Reptiles, and God on Amazon earlier this year. Here's to a great 2025. So it's KURO-SIL right before X-Ray Girl blackens it out. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Half-shaved Bridge Kitten, 3 parts for $60. Thank you.
Good half.
Half-shaved Bridge Kitten.
Front half, back half, left side, right side.
That's a very good question. Is it half in like parts?
Yeah, I didn't even think about that. Holy shit.
Yeah.
I didn't know.
Reality, aka truth, is painful and terrifying to the kleptocratic. I know the word, and my brain just was not. There you go. That was really appropriate, to be honest with you. Kleptocratic mob. Their only way to cope is deny everything. If they do not admit to something currently or confirm the past themselves, then you shouldn't remember it. Their rules are not mine. No, that's Ryan just brought up transmissions. I do not participate in your fantasies. You can participate in whatever fantasy you like. I'm not going to. Don't try to compel me to do it because I will just say, fuck you. Every scene they kicked people out of the mental hospitals, self-mutilation, and hatred has become normalized in some households. If I could identify as fuzzy, I wouldn't live here. But reality never cared about your feelings. No, it doesn't. Not until November did I realize where the brainwashed were located and how few there were. That gave me hope, knowing Trump won in every poll. The bi-county votes shows oceans seem to do something to the brains of humans here. Oceans. Oh, so obviously, yes, the bi-coastal. That's what it is. It was written like BY. For some reason, but bi-coastal, yes. When people get closer to water, they get dumber. That's pretty much it. I lived closer to water most of my life. I'm pretty fucking dumb, but I was around a lot of people who are. The best part of San Francisco is collectively a city, not everybody, but most, that absolutely doesn't think, knows they're smarter than you. They wake up every morning going, I am smarter than every person in Nebraska. I'm smarter than every person in the flyover states. I've got everything figured out, and you're just wrong. And that's why I don't even need to entertain a conversation anymore, which makes them the most dangerous and retarded people in the fucking world.
Yes.
It's peak midwit. You know enough to know that you know more than most people, but not enough to know how little you know.
Yep.
That's like a quote. You should be on a statue or something.
I'm probably paraphrasing something else.
You probably are. And it'll be a statue that gets pulled down in San Francisco. Lemuel, how am I supposed to say this? X-Ray Girl.
I think it's Lemuel Dagalea. I don't know.
That's good for 250 Martian pesos. I enjoyed Gary, Mahler, Ryan, and X-Ray's attempts to pronounce my name. Curious to see the rest of you try. Currently DMing as practice for writing fantasy. The fellowship inspired me amidst this slop. Merry Christmas and hail to you, the gayest content on YouTube. That's what we are. Most retarded, gayest. Lemuel Dagales. Midgar Ninja for 100. Congratulations, Gary, on your sober date. Just celebrated 2 years the other day. Congratulations. It has been a great year. Excited for MegaCon meetup next year, which is coming up very soon. Have we got any dates, Ryan?
What do you think?
No. Okay.
Most likely it's going to be that Saturday, but I have no actual fucking word one way or the other.
Yep. Well, it'll be a MegaCon weekend. There'll be a meetup someday there. We'll figure it out, but I'll be there. Critical Drinker will be there. I think Star Wars Theory is going to be there. Ryan's going to be there. Who's going to be there?
I'm going to be there.
I'll be there.
You never know.
Oh, Disparu's going?
Mm-hmm.
Hell yeah, bro.
Nice.
I promised Saruda a long time ago because I was meant to go last year, but I had problems with the visa.
I don't know if
we
I
should
could
play D&D.
I don't know if I could pull it off, but I
life.
really wanted to do a live FNT in front of people. I don't know if I can pull it off though. We'll see. Once Jeremy gives us a date of the fucking meetup, then I can work on that. But we'll see.
Well, I mean, it's not far away. If you're wanting to do it, we would kind of need a.
We kind of need to know, like, in the next week. So, to finish this one up, I can't wait for MegaCon too. Next year, everyone, I can't wait. Have it next year. Have it. What? MegaCon next year. Thank you. Happy New Year, everyone. That's where the sentence ends. And we start a new one. And hail to the fellowship. Hail to you. I'm hungry now. I am like losing it.
Actively take that away from you because there was no punctuation. So
yeah, but I should know. I mean, I've read enough of these. I'm not going to blame. I'll blame myself. Okay, I'm retarded. Thank you, Xavier.
He's pulling a Sony CEO right now.
Yeah, I'm not going to. It's all your fault. No. It's mine. Okay. Xavier Saviorheart has gifted 10 Nerdrotic memberships for 50. Hail. All right, we're going to wrap it up there, but first, as promised, spoiler time. You guys ready?
Oh,
you guys ready?
Yes.
You guys ready? You guys ready? All right, so remember a while back, Garrett kind of blew that I knew.
What are you talking about?
It's all your fault.
Wait. Garrett
Fake news.
Garrett blew somebody.
Fake news.
Yes, Garrett blew somebody.
I knew it.
No, so we knew.
Was Henry Cavill.
There's certain things I knew up front. Just in this gig, sometimes people reach out to you, right? So the Henry Cavill, the Cavalrine, we knew about months ahead of time, and we knew about Robert Downey Jr. returning as Dr. Doom. So this one, and I feel free, Scoopers, to take. You're going to just take full credit for this anyway. But
yeah, one day later, insiders have heard.
My sources tell me.
The next Spider-Man movie. Which will have Tom Holland in it. Sony originally wanted it to be multiversal, and Marvel said no. But we'll throw you a couple characters. If you're fine. Remember, this one is not. What was the director of Spider-Man: No Way Home again? Mahler?
John Watts.
Yeah. John Watts is not directing this movie. It's the director from Shang-Chi.
That's not boding well.
No. But the two characters that are going to be in it, I'm down with the concept personally. And they are going to be, unless somebody just totally bullshitted me. Just want to keep that out there. But the same person who told me about the Cavalrine and
it's also still in development.
It's in development. Are going to be Frank Castle, Punisher, and a return of the Incredible Hulk, the Savage Hulk. They are going to be the guest characters in the next Spider-Man movie. So it sucks it's Mark Ruffalo, but it's going to be a return, not Professor Hulk, Savage Hulk. So we're going to get to, and Punisher being in a Spider-Man movie is cool. Hopefully we get a Daredevil cameo out of that too. You know?
Oh, yeah. He did.
Is it going to be Bernthal's Punisher?
Yes.
I would assume.
Yes.
Because
yes.
Bernthal's in the Daredevil show.
Yes. Is he going to have like the traditional skull or that gay fucking Marvel Comics one? I don't know. But I'm not against that. It's better than fucking America Chavez or Ironheart. It's Punisher and the Hulk being controlled by an unknown entity. So there you go. And if it doesn't come true, then I could just say, take it with a grain of salt. But I heard it from the same person I've heard all the other stuff from. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. But that's your New Year gift. I actually don't think it's terrible news. I would love to see a return to like the Incredible Hulk. I would like him just to be in Hulk. Oh, did Shaz just got blown away by that?
Yeah.
I thought he was.
He found out Mark Ruffalo was coming back. His that's too much.
No, I thought he was listening intently, but I think he froze. So, if it's just
emus.
If it's Hulk not turning into Bruce Banner and it's just Hulk the whole time, I'm fine with that.
Oh, that'd be good.
That would be good. Because I fucking hate Mark Ruffalo and I cannot separate him. Now he was such an obnoxious fucking twat. But I love the Hulk as a character, and I want them to go back to the Savage Hulk. And wow, what a shame we never got to see him go up against Thanos, really, or anything. What a fucking But that's the word on the street, kids. There you go. Also, I'll just add a bonus to that. Blade, 95% dead as a movie.
I feel like that's just right on the wall with that one, isn't it?
Yep.
Like,
yeah. Probably for the best.
Yep.
And they should be embarrassed forever. Like about
eternally shamed.
Yeah.
We'll see. We'll see what happens. But thanks for watching. There'll be a square up on Monday on Nerdrotic Live and Rumble. What, you going to say something, X-Ray Girl?
No.
No? Okay, good. Because you've used up your words anyway. Save them for Squid Game. Save them for Squid Game. Save all your lines for Squid Game. I'm going to finish that.
2 words an episode.
2 words an episode. So we're going to wrap it up there. I'm going to go eat, hang out with my family for the weekend. Hope you all had a great Christmas. Hope you rough year, great ending. Great ending to the year. 2024 had a happy ending, but there's still so much to do. It's just
indeed.
You got to keep in mind the culture war thing. This is the beginning. This is only the beginning of undoing a lot of mess, and hopefully the infighting won't fuck everything up before it even happens, which would be tragic but unsurprising at all. So hopefully that doesn't happen.
Hey, how'd you almost get shot?
Oh, shit.
I thought that's what you meant when you were about spoilers. I thought that was the story you're going to tell.
Okay, so I'm going to see Nosferatu. I'll just keep this real quick. I'm going to see Nosferatu. We're going in a parking garage. I hate fucking parking garages. I lived in San Francisco for 18 years. I fucking hate them. So we're in parking garage because we had to go to a theater downtown. We're on the 4th level. Keep in mind that if you went 1 level up, there was 100 parking spots. There's a car parked waiting for another car to come out. That's cool. We go around it. So the car that's waiting for the other car to come out, that car wasn't coming out. It was parking. So the guy just saw the brake lights and he interpreted us going around him and snaking the parking spot as snaking, because there was another parking spot, that he interpreted as us snaking his parking spot. So as we're waiting for the other guy to leave, we saw another guy to leave. We're waiting. He comes up and gets about a 1/4 inch away from my wife's bumper. The whole family's in the car. I got a brother-in-law, my 2 sons, my family in this car. And we can't back up to get in the parking spot, and the other guy can't get out. So I'm like, I'm waiting for a second. I wait a couple beats. And I'm like, motherfucker. So I get out of the car, and I'm like, dude, back up. Come on. My wife's trying to park. So, fuck you, homie. Fuck you, motherfucker. That's my fucking parking spot. I'm like, no, it's not. And you're not going to get it. There's more parking up there. And we go back and forth, exchange some words, Right. And then my brother-in-law,
Kind and friendly words.
They weren't kind and friendly words. I think I called him a little punk.
Festivus.
I'm like, what are you gonna do, dude?
Would you like this next spot next to me?
Like, yeah, what are you gonna do? He's, oh, fuck you, motherfucker. And you know he felt stupid, right? Because he was waiting and he's in front of his girl right there. So we're just like exchanging words. Then, and you know, he's sounding tough, but he's not getting out of the car. And then he's like, open carry, motherfucker. And I'm like, wait a minute. Are you threatening to shoot me over a parking spot? And I kind of walked up to the car. I'm like, you really threatening to shoot me over a fucking parking spot, dude? So yeah, Texas, open carry. Or for one, most people don't announce they're going to fucking shoot somebody before they shoot them. By the way, this is the dumbest thing I've ever done. Don't ever fucking do this. Because we're in Texas and it's open carry and he certainly could have shot me, but he was some little kid, right? So I'm like, kid, you don't want to get fucking hurt. And then my brother-in-law comes out and throws tons of gas on the fire. He's like, this ain't the first time he's pulled somebody out of a car and beaten the fucking shit out of him. It's not.
He would have been like, are you threatening me for him?
And then my son gets out, who's like 6'4", so all the like air goes out of him. But then he just threatens to shoot me more, and I'm like, "You're not gonna fucking shoot me, kid. Just go.
You're not gonna shoot all of us, okay?"
And I didn't de-escalate. I'm all, you know what this makes you? A giant fucking pussy. You're not getting out of the car. You're not shooting anybody. What the fuck are you gonna do?
What are you gonna do?
No, that is because now he has to shoot you for his own honor at that point.
That's not a good.
It's a matter of pride, dude.
Corner where his only escape is shooting you.
Like there's another car behind it.
Dang.
There's another car behind them. My kids are like, God damn it, Dad, shut the fuck up. But my switch got flipped, so I'm like, come on, pussy.
Oh,
yeah.
He's like slowly driving away. And you're like, hey, shoot me.
Oh, dude, as he's driving away, no, he's like, fuck you, white boys, we're gonna string you all up. And then he leaves. I was like, oh. Okay, racist. You know,
was he black or Mexican?
Mexican.
It's San Antonio.
Yeah,
San Antonio. But he was, more importantly, he was 23. He was like obviously 23, 22, something like that. Just really fucking young and stupid. And of course, I'm like, God, that was fucking dumb. That was really fucking dumb. My kids are out. My family would witness me getting shot in the face. You know, don't do that. Don't do that. But that was. You know, I'm like,
but also don't give up the parking spot.
Well, we got the parking
principle.
spot.
Exactly. That's the important thing here. I think that's actually the lesson to be learned. Stand up, even if it's for something that small and insignificant. Especially if it's something fucking illegal. Fuck
no,
that.
it's just no. He was definitely. It was Chicano. He was American.
Okay.
He was American. But yeah, he didn't get out of the car. He didn't shoot me, which is good. Don't do that. That's really fucking dumb. What I did was completely fucking dumb. Especially,
I think you stood up for your family, Gary. I think you did the right thing. And if you would have died for that, so be it.
So be it.
A hero's death.
But yeah, I'm like walking to the movie going, what the fuck?
I'm not sure a hero's death is going like, shoot me, you pussy. That is not a hero's death.
I'm just picturing Gary bleeding out, being like, "You're still a pussy."
Fuck you!
Oh God. Yeah, it just makes you.
You know, just see if there's a cam copy floating around. You know, it's always a possibility.
I was like, I just want to go to a movie. You know, Jesus Christ. Things escalated quickly. Okay, they did. Don't do that at home. It's fucking terrible. It's bad.
I'm writing down all these lessons learned here.
Yeah.
Open carry in Texas.
I know exactly what
movie
better
the other guy.
Idea.
So your ass. I thought you were going to take my spot, to be honest.
Well, I mean, he obviously felt stupid because he lost that spot. But it's all happened to all of us that we think somebody's leaving, but they're actually arriving. You're like, God damn it. But the funniest part is there was tons of parking spots. Tons. You know, it's like, God damn it.
Could have gone like 10 feet and found another spot.
But that's, yeah. Hey, hopefully I make it through the rest of the year.
Yeah.
That's
get strung up.
Yeah.
This is why Greg Abbott needs to let you carry a gun.
I'm going shopping for it. A bunch of people have emailed me and said, like, I can get one here. Like, I don't have to do anything. I could just go buy one. It's been long enough. They don't.
Yeah, you can own one.
They only look back a certain amount of time. So we're gonna put that theory to the test on Monday.
Well,
on Monday, I'm going to.
I don't know if I would announce that, but yeah, there you go.
Well, I mean, they're going to find out anyway. No gun shops watch our show. They watch Donut.
Dude, what do we learn from Anchorman?
There's no big 2A people in our audience.
Yeah, not at all.
What did we learn from Anchorman? Just keep a trident.
Keep
ready
I know.
I know.
Or a grenade.
Yeah, or both.
What was it in?
Mm-hmm.
There was something in London. There was an attack, and someone grabbed a horn of some animal off a wall and started poking him with a whalebone or something on the middle of the bridge. The other guy came in with an fire extinguisher.
In the right hands, anything is a weapon.
That's right. That's right. All right. Hope you enjoyed the little story. Don't road rage in open carry Texas. It's a bad idea. It's a really fucking bad idea. I mean, cops will shoot you when you're eating a cheeseburger here. So yeah. Okay. Happy New Year, everybody. What's going on there? What do you got coming up? Comics Division?
Let's see here. Wow, after that story, it's hard to compete. Let's see. Stream every Monday and Thursday on my channel, 8 p.m. Central, and no Geeks and Gamers tabletop this weekend. So yeah, there's that. Happy New Year, everyone. It was a lot of fun. Very, very fun, interesting year, and hopefully 2025 will be better than 2024. And we'll see you next Friday.
Cord Black.
It's been a fantastic year hanging out with you guys, talking about bad stuff, talking about good stuff. If you haven't watched already, I released a couple videos this month on my channel, Nega Garrett. So go check that out. Just passed 6K subs on that. So thank you guys for checking that out. And Normal World, we're returning 1st of January. So first week of January. So check that out as well. Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Awesome.
Go watch Nosferatu.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, great movie. Check it out.
Wait.
People.
Excellent. Agoo.
Tomorrow, Saucy Saturdays on Wicked Virtues channel. And then I will try to do gaming streams, but I've been just enjoying family and friends. So yeah. Hopefully you guys have all had a good holiday. And yeah, that's it.
Thanks, X-Ray Girl. What about you, Shad?
Same old stuff. We didn't do the Culture Crusade on Nice Watch this week for obvious reasons, but we will be back Monday night, Tuesday morning for me. And so come and hang out because it's always a lot of fun. And that's what I got going.
Cheers.
The other videos and stuff.
Disparu.
I have the Doctor Who review coming out tomorrow. It's all filmed. I just need to finish the editing for it. And then Saucy Saturdays on Saturday, obviously. And apparently it was a narwhal tusk that he grabbed from a wall of a fishmonger's. Ooh. That's how you defend yourself in the UK.
That's a good weapon.
Better than anything else you got. So
yeah.
And the police will know immediately. They'll be like, narwhal tusk license, come on.
Well, it's like that Nicolas Cage film. What is it? It's like, to the library. That's my favorite line of the movie. It's like, to the fishmongers, we must defend ourselves. Grab the weaponry.
I love the UK. Just don't want to live there. Thanks, Disbrew. And Ryan Kinnell.
Just normal stuff. We're all done with Christmas now, so I guess it's back to normal. Live streams on my channel Sunday night and Wednesday nights. Geeks and Gamers Daily, Sports Wars, back to the grind.
You sound so excited about it, Ryan.
Yeah, he's so into it, dude.
I feel the enthusiasm. Heading into the new year, turned over a new leaf, might be like taking some control in this culture war, back to common sense.
New year, new me.
I just realized, by the way, it's currently releasing as a 2024 thing, Star Wars. No one gives a shit to mention Skeleton Crew.
Oh, yeah.
I haven't watched a single episode.
Nope.
I don't care.
Neither have I.
Nobody cares about it. We'll see if maybe someone mentions it in a tweet at some point.
Maybe. There's so many things.
Maybe.
All right. Well, thanks,
they
everyone.
Trans one of the kids, let me know.
They probably wanted to at one point. So, yeah, it's been quite a year. I'm grateful for all my co-hosts and the Modrotics. This has been a really fun year for FNT, being on with Rumble and stuff. And thankfully, it didn't really change anything except for horrible ad reads, which those will return next year, I think. We'll back to horrible ad reads that I'm sure the the advertising people at Rumble are extremely happy with.
Especially with that description of.
I tried to tell them. So I tried to tell them. And all of you in the fellowship, you deserved this win that you got towards the end of this year on a faithful November 5th. So just continue to enjoy it. And let's try not to fuck it up with infighting. I would say that would be my suggestion going into the new year. But thank you, everyone. You have blessed us with the best gig in the world. We get to sit here and bullshit for hours. And for some reason you find it entertaining. So it's usually at our expense, which is actually good. So thank you very much for a great year. And we'll see you next Friday with
Benny Johnson.
Benny Johnson. Oh,
Benny.
He's been killing it.
Benny. Rockstar Benny. Hell, Benny. I almost hit the crickets. We love Benny. We love Benny. We love you guys. And have a happy new year. Be safe out there. Be safe out there. Be responsible. Get your Ubers or do whatever that. Don't be driving around. Get fucked up while you're on. Shower. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Bye-bye.
Knew this would happen.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.